Calling meeting to order. May I have a motion to excuse board member Chris Apodaca due to a work obligation?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, all. And second, may I have a motion to excuse board member Dr. Olga Rios due to illness?
Motion to excuse Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay. I
I'll
guess
take
I'll-
roll call.
Can I have a roll call to
I'll take roll call. President, Mrs. Yu.
here?
Vice President, Mr. Beach.
Present.
Clerk, Dr. Eugenio.
Here.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca is absent. Mr. Nishi.
Present.
Board Member Mrs. Say.
Here.
And Board Member Dr. Rios absent. Thank you.
This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Are there any public comments on the closed session items? Professor Eugenio?
No, Madam President, no comments.
Okay, thank you. Seeing none, may I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved. Nishi.
Second by
second.
Sophia.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
to memory I can't recall. So fill to me the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. If I had money enough to spend and leisure time to sit a while, there is a fair maid in this town who sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks and ruby lips alone she holds my heart enthralled. Then fill to me the parting glass. Good night and God be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I've had, they're sorry for my going away. And of all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls into
Board is back in open session. Good evening, everyone. Please silence your phones. May I have a motion for the open session?
Second, Eugenio.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Please silence your phone. Please remember, you must keep your mask on at all times. Keep physical distance between you and others. And use the hand sanitizer placed here in the boardroom. Those who refuse to wear a mask will be asked to leave, and we will call law enforcement if needed. We take the health and safety of our community seriously and ask that you do the same. We welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment must fill out a card on the table to my left. All public comments are to be made during the public comment section or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. Thank you. Tonight, in closed session, the board discussed conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, ABSME, and CSEA. I'm going to ask Dr. Michael Eugenio to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Madam President. Please rise for a pledge of allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we are excited for the recognitions. Dr. Sue?
Thank you so much. The California School Boards Association has honored ABC Unified School District with 19 Golden Bell Awards since 2002. The Golden Bell Awards program honors exemplary K-12 programs in 19 major categories. The California School Boards Association's Golden Bell Awards, now in its 42nd year, promotes excellence in education and school board governance by recognizing outstanding programs and governance practices of school boards in school districts and county offices of education. Ray?
Thank you for the honor of doing this. The first Golden Bell Award in 2002 honored the Southside School Reading Collaborative in Partnership and Collaboratives category. The Southside Schools Reading Collaborative is a vertical team of 6 schools, including Aloha, Ferguson, Hawaiian, and Melbourne Elementary Schools, Fetty Middle School, and Artesia High School, working collaboratively to promote reading achievement. This was the first major partnership effort with ABCFT in raising student achievement.
The Golden Bell Award in 2003 was for the Parent Leadership Academy and Conference in the Parental Community Involvement category. The ABC Parent Leadership Academy and Conference is a year-long program that provides effective training for parents to become successful leaders for their children in school. The multi-language workshops are open to all parents and conducted by school and district staff as well as community agencies.
In 2005, Leal Elementary School won the 3rd Golden Bell Award for its Family Science Night in the Parental Community Involvement category. Family Science Night promotes science education with students and parents in a variety of fun workshops that are related to the state standards. Leal's PTA is a major partner with this annual event for students and their families.
The 4th Golden Bell Award in 2006 recognized the STEP, PATH, and STAY programs. The STEP, Systems to Encourage Peace program, is an anti-violence program. The PATH, Pointing Adolescents Towards Health program, is an anti-drug program, and the STAY, Smoking, Tobacco, and You program. All of these programs have contributed to a reduced number of violent, harmful, and non-healthy types of behaviors.
In 2007, CSBA honored the district with a 5th Golden Bell Award for the RISE Reading Involved School-Wide Employees Program. The RISE program provides district employees who do not work in the classroom to volunteer at least 1 hour a week in one of the schools. The goal of the program is to support raising reading achievement with everyone.
In 2008, we won our 6th Golden Bell Award for the Unite Show under the category of Partnerships and Collaboratives. The Unite Show, located at Tetzloff Middle School, is a district cable production that communicates the exciting work of the district. It partners with students, teachers, and community volunteers to provide this monthly program. The show's entertaining format builds a sense of community around school activities.
In 2009, ABC received 2 Golden Bear Awards. The 7th Golden Bear Award went to Tesla Red Carpet Media Festival under the technology category. The Red Carpet Media Festival is a culminating event that celebrates students who have to demonstrate competency in using technology and media production to produce video, public services, announcements, yearbook, photograph, and web page design.
Also in 2009, we won the 8th Golden Bell Award for our Network for a Healthy California under the category of Wellness. The program works with students, parents, and teachers to increase consumption of fruits and vegetables, as well as raise physical activity to a minimum of 30 minutes per day for adults and 60 minutes for children.
In 2010, the 9th Golden Bell Award was given to Nemus Magnet School's Environmental Science Fair and Festival program in the Science category. The fair and festival empowers students to become active participants in the stewardship of our planet. The students were able to display their knowledge of grade-level science concepts during the fair and gain access to the Science Lab, the Nature Center, the Green Kids Club, the Environmental Stewards Club, and the Environmental Festival Green Program.
In 2011, we were honored with 2 Golden Bell Awards. The 10th Golden Bell Award went to Carver Academy's Enrichment Cluster Program in the Partnerships and Collaborative category. This program brings together students and adults in the community with common interests. Students select enrichment classes facilitated by school staff, parents, and community volunteers. These cluster classes extend the learning for all students. Also in 2011, the 11th Golden Bell Award went to Carmenita Middle School's Distinguished Scholars Program in the middle schools category. The goal of this program is to accelerate learning for students who strive for excellence in a specific subject area. The objective is to move students from where they are to the next level of excellence.
In 2013, the 12th Golden Bell Award was awarded to the Smart Academy, Saturday morning academic reading time. The goal is to increase reading achievement by using academic language and a positive attitude toward school. The program focuses on African American and Hispanic Latino students in 4th through 6th grade attending Title I schools. Students receive extended learning time on reading comprehension strategies and academic vocabulary development. The parents of the students also participate in workshops on strategies to support and increase their child's learning.
Also, in 2013, the 13th Golden Bell Award was awarded to the JAM, Jaguars in Arts and Motion sessions. This JAM sessions provide opportunities for Nixon students to explore their particular strengths and talents. Students select from a variety of sessions offered by teachers, staff, and community members. The goal of JAM sessions is to engage students in their own learning through creative experiences that take place outside of the traditional classroom.
In 2015, the 14th Golden Bell Award was awarded for the Youth Leadership Summit. A noticeable decrease in the number of student disciplinary referrals and the increase in student attendance and participation in leadership opportunities is an indicator of the significance of the Youth Leadership Summit. 20 students from each middle and high school, for a total of 200 students, participate in the annual Youth Leadership Summit and attend workshops on topics related to empowering students to create a positive school culture. Students' learning experiences are also incorporated into service projects at their school or in their community.
Also, in 2015, the 15th Golden Bell Award was awarded for the Multi-Tiered System of Support, MTSS. The MTSS is a coherent continuum of evidence-based, system-wide practices to support a rapid response to student needs in order to empower each student to achieve their potential. The MTSS provides the following: support in classrooms, teaching social emotional skills, support for transitions during grade changes through youth leadership programs, increased homeschool connections, early intervention services, crisis response prevention, increased community involvement, and facilitation of student and family access to effective social services and special assistance.
In 2017, the 16th Golden Bell Award was awarded to Bragg Elementary School for the award-winning program Building Bridges. This is a school-wide initiative designed to create positive, safe learning climate at Bragg Elementary School by providing a complete system of support. This includes 1, restructuring their playground and recess time around playworks. 2, school-wide implementation of the PBIS, Positive Behavior Interventions and Support program. And 3, providing training and professional development to support these programs.
In December 2018, the 17th Golden Bell Award was awarded to the Information Technology Department for the innovative Yellow Bus Tech Tours. Maybe someday we'll have electric buses taking that tour, who knows? Teachers from the district's 29 schools meet at the district office, board the Yellow Bus, and embark upon a guided tour of the selected schools within the district who volunteer to showcase their classroom teachers' technology integration efforts. During the field trip, the visiting teachers network discuss the best practices. After the field trip, visiting teachers are left with the impressions of what works best in the classroom directly. They target specific ideas to take back, and they get to try it on their own.
Also in 2018, the 18th Golden Bell was awarded to the Nixon Academy for their Watchdogs, Dads of Great Students program. The Watchdogs program is ABCUSD's one-of-a-kind school-based father and other male role models involvement initiative that works to encourage family engagement and school safety. They engage with all students during the lunch hour, playing ball, wiping tears, tying shoes, mediating playground problems, which includes anti-bullying, serving as valet greeters, and fostering respect and appreciation for individual differences, not just among students, but also the school community at large. The program also won $1,000 from the Principals Exchange as a sponsor winner in the Parental Community Involvement category. Go Jaguars.
In 2020, the 19th Golden Bell was awarded to the Partnership with Administration and Labor, PAL2, Equity Workshops. The Partnership with Administration and Labor, PAL2, was born out of a desire to work together around issues involving the contract, but also to provide opportunities for CSEA employees to grow professionally. PAL2 provides a platform for the PAL2 Council, made up of stakeholders from the district and union, to provide a series of workshops related to equity. Using this platform, over 360 CSEA employees have participated in workshops designed to build awareness and agency in working with all students and staff, but especially with our foster, homeless, and minority students since 2013. Employees who work closest to our students have participated in workshops about other means of correction, positive behavior interventions and support, trauma-informed care, and equity and cultural proficiency.
As we ring in the new year, let's ring in all of our award-winning programs.
Okay. Thank you very much. That was fun. Okay. I am so proud to be part of this great district with so many Golden Bells Award. It is pretty exciting when we do the presentations at the conferences and the excitement. And it helps other districts too. Very, very exemplary. I'd like to continue with the presentations. ABC Federation of Teachers, Retirement Chapter Local 2317, Scholarship Presentation. I'd like to call on Rebecca Gonzalez-Hughes, Chairperson.
Good evening, President Yu, school board members, and Dr. Sue. My name is Rebecca Gonzalez-Hughes. I'm a former teacher, 35 years at ABC, retired in 2012. I'm here representing the retirees chapter of ABC Federation of Teachers. Our chapter of retired ABC teachers continues to do work with the objective of servicing our ABC Unified School District community. We do this by staying informed about the district and teacher relationship, staying updated on state and national political and educational issues through our Social Justice Committee, having a family outreach program. Last year, the committee distributed $150 gift cards to 24 needy families. Through the relationship we have established with each of our ABC schools. We are able to do this through our donations by our members and other fundraising events. For the past 8 years, we have awarded a $2,500 scholarship to an ABC student who wants to pursue a career in education. Of course, we hope they will also follow in our footsteps as an active teacher union member. I am the chairperson of the scholarship committee. The committee contacts the senior counselors at each high school, and through them, the applications are distributed. I keep contact with the counselors throughout the year to answer any questions. The application includes providing us with GPA, school activities, committees, as well as letters of recommendation. There is also a 3-essay portion of the application consisting of 3 topics. First, we ask students to tell us what or who inspired them to the career of education. Another essay discusses a social issue of the student's choosing and possible solutions. And as we are a union organization, we ask them to research 2 notable union activists and state their accomplishments and contributions. Let's see. Okay. The winner of the scholarship is notified and presented a certificate and the $2,500 check at their senior awards night. They don't know, nobody knows who the winner is except the counselor from the school, and then the student doesn't even know until that time. Not only are we proud of making this opportunity available to our seniors, but it also gives us an opportunity to recognize the contribution of one of our own. We award the scholarship in honor of a former ABC teacher and union activist who has advocated and worked for the betterment of students, teachers, and the entire educational system. The person chosen by our chapter as our honoree for 2022 is Richard Hathaway. Richard started teaching in ABC in 1982 and retired in 2015, and has been an active unionist throughout his career. He worked as a classroom teacher, special education teacher, as well as independent studies teacher. Throughout his years at ABC, he served as an officer on the executive board of both the ABCFT and now in the retiree chapter, where he continues to advocate for the teachers' rights and betterment of the educational system. I am honored to introduce to you Richard Hathaway.
I appreciate the honor from the retiree chapter, and also just want to acknowledge my 33 years in ABC was wonderful. Worked with some great people. Many of you are sitting in this room right now, and I worked at Burbank, Fay Ross, Sirius High School, Hawaiian, and then Cabrillo Lane at the Independent Study Program. So I had a great time in ABC, and one thing that made it even better was the partnership between the district and the union. That made it even better than when I began here. So thank you very much for the honor, and I love ABC. Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, we are proud to make this opportunity available to ABCUSD seniors. Thank you for your attention.
And he was the president at ABCFT at one point.
Oh, yay. Yeah. Thank you. So good to see Mr. Hathaway. I had the pleasure of working with him with the bond campaign, And look at your work. You're the one who started the collaboration with the management. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed that. I, in fact, had the honor of being the treasurer for all three bond efforts.
Yeah.
One we won't mention. The first one and the third one were successful.
Okay.
And Brad was, and Ernie were involved with that. And a lot of you were involved with it. Most everybody here was involved with it. So thank you very much for the honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. That was such a pleasant surprise to see Mr. Hathaway again. Next, we have presentations, testing and vaccination information from our own principals. Dr. Gina Zillow, Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, Sergio Garcia, Artesia High School Principal, and Myra Rosano from Hawaiian Elementary School Principal. Dr. Zillow?
Thank you. So this evening, we want to give you a quick update on what has been happening with testing and vaccination this past week, as based on what we had set forth at the special board meeting. And then we're going to take a minute for you to hear from a couple more principals down on the ground, working with kids and staff and working through this. As you may have seen, we have added new links to the website for families to be able to quickly get a hold of information. On the district website, you can get to a link about regular testing that's happening during the week, as well as the rapid testing kits that were sent home. It has also come out via QR codes and social media, and so that's another quick way for families to be able to access this information, to know about the testing, where it is. For students, we have testing available Tuesdays and Thursdays from 3:15 to 5:15 at either Artesia, Cerritos, or Gar High Schools. Just this past week, we tested 330 students on Tuesday, 511 on Thursday. So families are already using that opportunity, and we will continue to work to have that up and going for families. In addition, we had the rapid tests that came out from the state, and information was sent home in a letter. There's also information on the website in regard to that. The QR code was on the box that went home, and that takes you directly to a link, the website, videos on how to use the test in both English and Spanish, as well as our own schools sent out information, like this example from Artesia, where they sent things home and out on their social media. These are just a couple pictures of the pickups that were happening. On Saturdays, we did the pickup for the high schoolers, and that allowed families with kids who were isolating or quarantining to swing by and pick up test kits. So for our distribution on Friday, it was all elementary schools, all middle schools, and Tracy and Whitney High Schools. And then Saturday, our 3 high schools did their pickup. We also had additional pickups going on at Fedi on Saturday and at Hawaiian on Sunday, trying to accommodate parents and their needs. So far, as of earlier this morning, we had distributed 17,615, and principals are working to get the last out, either to students who weren't here yet and getting those so they can use them to return, or getting them to families where they don't have it yet. There was also an update that came out last week from the Department of Public Health for LA County. And just to be clear, isolation is what you do if you have COVID-19 and you isolate away from others. Quarantine is what you do if you're exposed and you don't have COVID-19, but you've been exposed, so that is the premise. There were no changes made to isolation. Anyone with COVID-19 must isolate. They cannot come to school, even if they're vaccinated. But some changes were made for students, quarantine. And so between now and the end of January, the LA County Department of Public Health is allowing students to remain in school if they are vaccinated with a booster, if they are vaccinated but do not have their booster yet, or if they have recovered from a laboratory-confirmed case of COVID-19 in the last 90 days. So that is helping us a little bit, not having to send so many students home with their updated guidance. To do this, what they're requiring is that students test day 1, test day 5. They wear an upgraded 3-ply surgical mask or better for the 10 days surrounding their case, as well as they monitor themselves for symptoms. And of course, if symptoms develop and you test and you're COVID positive, we move to isolation, and that's a whole different thing. If you are exposed to COVID-19 and you are not vaccinated, we are still required to send those students home for the quarantine period. It's 5 days from the date of exposure. They then, day 5 or later, can do a test using the test kits that have been sent home. And if they are negative, they can return to school, but we do need to verify that the negative test. Day 2 would continue with an upgraded 3-ply or better mask, as well as monitoring themselves for symptoms. If a student that is quarantining because they're not vaccinated or they haven't had a case of COVID in the last 90 days, and they do not want to do the test at 5 days, we do need to do the 10-day quarantine. So at this point, the county is sharing with us that approximately 32.8% of students in our county have the first dose, 21.9% are fully vaccinated, and then the numbers are higher, obviously, for ages 12 to 18, and they've been having more time to be vaccinated. We're now up to 32 clinics we've run, again, over 2,100 vaccinations. We just want to provide an opportunity for families to vaccinate their students if they're able to do so. We have our weekly vaccination clinics that are happening at Haskell Middle School on Tuesdays for 12 and older, at Artesia High School on Wednesdays for 5 to 11-year-olds. And then we're still offering the clinics here on Fridays for employees who either want to be vaccinated or want to get their booster shot. So at this time, I'm going to ask Dr. Mayra Lozano to come and please just share a little bit about test kits and what's happening with Hawaiian and our communication with families. Dr. Lozano.
Good evening, President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Dr. Eugenio, Dr. Apodaca, Mr. Nishi, Dr. Rios, Mrs. Se, Superintendent, Dr. Su, members of the Cabinet, and community at large. I would like to thank President Yu for the invitation to attend today's meeting and share a bit of our reality at Hawaiian Elementary. As we face the many challenges of this pandemic, and as we actively confront the persisting inequities faced by families from low socioeconomic areas. Prior to sharing about our student testing kit distribution, I must acknowledge the dedicated Hawaiian staff who continues to go above and beyond in support of our Hawaiian Eagles. From our cafeteria manager, custodians, secretaries, mental health professional, playground supervisors, paraprofessionals, teachers, and nurses. I can attest to their commitment and dedication to do what is best for students and to ensure the safety and success of our school community during these very, very difficult times. I am proud to be part of such a hardworking team. We have been hit hard during this pandemic. We are glad that we finally received the student test kits because they are desperately needed in our area. As of today, I can report up to 26 positive student cases reported and up to 92 exposures. I would like to clarify to the board and the community that the majority of these have not happened while at school. Yet, they have a serious impact on our overall service to students. We sent kids home with those students who were present on Friday, January 14. If we had students in quarantine or isolating, We send them with a sibling or a family member who also attends our school. On Monday, as we celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King's junior legacy, I came to Hawaiian as my day of service to provide an opportunity to parents whose children were absent to pick up their own kids. Out of 90 I had pending to pick up, we had 70 families who received those kids, and the rest were distributed today. Since yesterday evening, I've been receiving, and today, receiving parent notifications of results. We had 6 new cases reported because of the kits that are being used, and confirmation of negative COVID tests that allowed us to shorten quarantine for about 25 students who had been exposed. As of this, at this time as well, I would like to recognize our families and their sense of responsibility. I am so grateful for their trust and support of our Hawaiian families who are doing everything they can to do their part. They are keeping their children home when they're sick, and they are notifying us immediately of family cases. This is especially important to us because many of our students live with extended family members and in multi-family dwellings. Regarding communication with our families, this is where I must give a big shout out to my office staff. They are taking so many calls to answer questions and provide as much information as possible. In addition, of course, to their regular duties, they help me gather an enormous amount of information so that I can do contact tracing and keep everyone safe. So, of course, we utilize Parent Square. In addition, I've always used an application called Remind to quickly text families and keep them informed. What I have learned in my 25 years with working in the community of Hawaiian Gardens, it's how especially important is to be in contact with our families for those who struggle with language or technology, to know that they can call and someone on the other side of the line can actually pick up the call and give them information. So my district cell is always available to my families. We, of course, provide the information about the vaccination opportunities, but I have personally spoken to our families every time I am doing some kind of contact tracing, and the majority are still not vaccinated. So, for instance, on a given day, I can speak to 8 parents, and out of those 8, perhaps 2 maybe are telling me that they are vaccinated, and it's still, sometimes it's only the parents and not the children. So this is definitely an area of growth for our area. And of course, if I am needed in any way, I am more than happy to problem solve with the board to brainstorm ways that we can encourage and help more of our families and children get vaccinated. Once again, I would like to thank the board for allowing me to share the reality we face each and every day. These times are not only unprecedented, but probably the most difficult that principals have ever faced. I can tell you they are for me. You've heard from other principals about the amount of work that has been added to everyone's plate. We are exhausted and often emotionally drained, yet I do believe this is the time where we continue to show what we're made of. And every day we learn more, we adjust and readjust and continue to do whatever it takes to make a difference in the life of our children in ABC. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lozano.
Any comments?
So, yeah, can I?
Any comments? We have number 8, Dr. Chris Apodaca. Okay, Ernie. Okay, sorry, Ernie. Go ahead.
Yes. So you're telling me that there's a low vaccination rate in your community. Where are the vaccination sites in this community?
So, as Dr. Zilo presented, right, we have the ones in Artesia that are being offered at Artesia High School.
Every Wednesday.
So are there any planned for Hawaiian Gardens specifically?
So specifically what we did is we tried to place the vaccination clinic for our elementary students in a location that would be easily accessible for families in that area, but have enough space for parking and to be able to handle the traffic that we need. And so that's why we're doing that at Artesia High School.
What about Fetty? Would that potentially have an opportunity? It's a little closer to the community, I think.
So there's just issues with parking spaces, and there's like traffic flow to be able to move cars through. But we can look and consider if we need to make a change.
There might not be a lot of demand because she's indicating that the community doesn't use it that much, but maybe that's where we need to be.
Well, we can relook at what we're doing and consider that.
Thank you.
Another question is, for the vaccination, is it that it was not accessible, or is it like personal reason?
Well, I continue to hold my monthly meetings, online with our parents. I've had our nurse join us to share information. I think, unfortunately, there is a lot of misinformation all around, as we're all aware. What I can tell you that works for the community that I've served for many years is really talking to people, really getting to have a conversation. And they need to hear from the people that they trust. And so I'm able to have open conversations. Like I said, I think some of them want to know more. They've heard things that are not accurate. So I think it is very important to provide them plenty of information so that they then can do whatever they need to do and access it. I think I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's specifically some beliefs. I know, like I said, some parents are doing it. Some parents are they've done one, right? So they're getting there. I'm a parent myself, so I know sometimes as a parent you think, well, I'm going to wait because especially with the younger students,
That's
right?
right.
We're talking it's elementary. And so I can understand that, but I think, again, it's about providing them with the right information. I think sometimes as well, we can write everything we want on a piece of paper. Having that connection and explanation and giving them the opportunity to ask questions is probably something that will be beneficial for our area.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, we have a board member, Sophia Say.
Dr. Lozano, I know you did the best you can. In the past couple of board meetings, we do have some parents come from the area. I don't want to say against it, which is disagree with the vaccination. And like you said, it's not the site, it's education. You just kind of have to educate the whole community to let them see what is it. We can't force them, but we can tell them how, what's the opportunity to get the shot to prevent COVID. And still a lot of people doesn't believe that. People feel like, it's my body, I don't want to. So, and then also religions on the area are very strong on that. I thank you for providing education to them. It's not easy, especially for the past year. The principal have to work hard, not just facing on the education issue, but also parents issue there. But I want to thank you so much working so hard. Artesia's High School has provided vaccination and the testing area. So probably need to reinforce that again. If anything the board can help you, please let us know. If you want to go down there, we'll go there. And Pullman, maybe during after school time, we can put some flyer and give it to them and see how it works.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your hard work.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Mr. Sergio Garcia, principal at Artesia High School.
Good evening, Mr. Yu, board members, Dr. Su. I would like to echo everything that Dr. Lozano said. There is a huge inequity that is happening in our side of town, and I can tell you that we're doing everything we can to work through it. When you talk about student test kit distribution, we were there on Saturday. It was raining, and you saw some of the pictures of people coming by, but there is such a need that kids came by and pick them up. We distributed over 650 test kits on Saturday. One of the things that we noticed, though, is that wasn't enough. Because what ended up happening is a lot of our families also needed the test kits. Today, talking to a couple of my students that were being sent home because we got calls that a family member was positive, we discovered that they had used the test kit we had given for the students, for that family member that needed it, and now the kid may be positive and didn't have anything to test with. So that's just an example of some of the things that we end up doing with the test kit distribution. We distribute kits today again to everybody who was not there on Saturday. And we continue to distribute until we're able to get through all 1,300 test kits for the families. With the student testing process on Tuesdays and Thursdays, we had 330 kids tested the first day. The line went from one end of the parking lot all the way by the visitor entrance, all the way past the office. They were there until around 6:30 at night. We were able to get everybody through. It was a really neat event to see everybody from ABC. It wasn't just from our local community, they were from everywhere, students wanting to test. And that to me showed the great need. On Thursday, it was similar to that. It was a little bit smaller, but it was similar to that, the number of students that we had there with their families. You saw kids from elementary, you saw high school kids, you saw a number of kids there wanting to test. Today, it was a lot smaller. But I think that the reason it was smaller today is because our local parks also started testing today. And they started having rapid testing, which means that they were getting answers within 15 minutes. So the need for testing, I think, kind of decreased based on that. We'll see what happens on Thursday. But I can tell you that the idea of testing and providing a service for our community, our parents need it, and they feel comfortable coming to our school for that. Vaccination clinics. We average about 75 students, elementary students, 5 to 11, in there. It is a good thing I'm not an elementary principal because it breaks my heart when I hear a kid crying in there, so I stay out of there. Okay, I don't do well with criers. Okay, and high school kids are not allowed to cry, right? So I can tell you that you hear it, it's heartbreaking, but it's good. I will echo what Myra said. There's a huge campaign of misinformation. I think it's our duty to pass in good information. I think it's our duty to share the real data with our families and our students. So we got to continue educating and pushing forward for our families and our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Do we have any questions or comments from our board members? Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I see this is the end of the presentation. I had a question for Dr. Zietlow. I had a parent ask me today they have a vaccinated child, and they were wondering how to get that information to the school district, because otherwise the school won't know that they can come back immediately with a negative test.
So we are currently in the process of reviewing our health system in our database to be able to begin to enter those. That will also be helpful in terms of just being able to monitor more quickly if student needs to go home. And so we'll be working on rolling that out once we determine that there's space for also a booster shot. That's been a little bit of a hiccup trying to figure out the location. But we're doing that, and then we'll be working with sites to be able to communicate out with families if they are and have vaccinated their student and would like to submit that information, that we would be able to then take that information.
So for now, parents would bring their card to the school and show staff? And
Correct.
And we have also created Google Forms with QR codes, so people are able to upload those cards and we're able to see them, so they don't have to come in. Some of the schools have created that, some elementaries, and I know our teacher, we created our own, basically, database of them.
And lastly, Madam President, I wanted to thank Principal Garcia and all of our principals. I've seen the one near my school. They're on weekends, Saturdays, Martin Luther King Day. You guys are going above and beyond, and I know this board appreciates it, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more, Ernie Nishi.
So I'm sitting here for Chris Apodaca, right? No, just kidding. So you're saying that the community doesn't have enough information. Are we using the public information officer to address those specific needs in your community to get that information?
I can tell you that Scott has been a big part of the clinics. I mean, actually, my staff works with Scott to run the vaccination clinics, pass that information, do flyers. So I know that that has been happening. At least with us, I know that the information comes directly from Scott. Everything that we do with the kids comes directly from them. So it makes a difference.
So maybe it's just the tide of information, that's misinformation, and then we have our Scott trying to battle the tide.
I think one of the things that Myra said that works in our community is really talking to our families. It's going into the community. And right now, it hasn't been able to do it because it's been dangerous to go into the community. but we're still making home visits, we're still talking to parents, and it's a lot of this word of mouth that we need to do. If we really need the information, you got to be able to get into the community to get that information out.
Let me ask another question regarding the weekends. Are you finding that the weekends, after a long weekend, that you're having a higher rate of positives, or is it just the same as any other weekend?
I think we got a higher rate because the kids went home, so more people tested. I think we had 54 positive cases today. That's really high. If you,
That's
I
a
mean,
lot.
every one of those people had contact with 3 or 4 or 5 different people. So that's the number of phone calls that you have to make and kind of go through. So it was pretty big. We have developed systems to do that. I can tell my administrators are really tired. One of the things that Myra mentioned was principals and administrators. We've been working day and night, and it's been ongoing for us to do that. But it's not just us. I know that every time I call up here, I know Mr. Song is exhausted. I talked to Dr. Sidlow, she's tired. I mean, everybody, because we're all working really hard. We just don't have enough manpower.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just want to thank you for all that work. I know I've been to some of the schools, and they're exhausted. They are exhausted. I'm wondering, in terms of the weekend, though, is there something that we can do to make it ameliorate that particular issue, to address it proactively?
Tuan writing me a check for $1 million would be wonderful.
I don't know about that, Tuan.
Thank you. We have next board member, Sophia Say.
I do think we have to respect our parents' choice there. You know, there are some choice that we can't running against that. You know, so we just have to do the best that we can. But I also do know we do it through robocall, right? Am I right, Dr. Su? I think it's recommended by our board president for robocall to all parents. And I think we had done a lot, and I want to thank you, like board member Mr. Nishii mentioned about it. All the principal and staff work very hard with our parents. I want to thank you again. Appreciate all your hard work. All of you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate all the principals in our schools. I know that all of our principals work throughout the holidays because they had to prepare for the Omicron. So they actually worked during holiday, and the first week was really difficult, but we're doing better than the LAUSD this week, guys. Thank you very much to our principals. And I was there on Saturday at Cerritos High School drive-by, and there were like, how many staff passing out the COVID test? Yeah, they were so efficient. No lines. There were like eight. Wow, on Saturday. So really appreciate all of our principals working behind the scene. So thank you very much. And as you know, Sophia Say mentioned about the vaccination with, I know that certain parents have their convictions.
So as we close, we are going to be sending out information to families and staff as well. We have the website where families can go online and order 4 test kits per household. It begins tomorrow, and so we'll be putting that out. The website is covidtests.gov, and so we'll be sending that out in a variety of methods so that families can also go onto that website and order 4 test kits to be sent to their home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Can I ask one question
okay.
to staff? Just one question for staff. So I've heard some issues regarding people who test positive, and let's say it's the father, the mother, the sibling, whoever it is, and the child is vaccinated. The other child in the family household is vaccinated, but that they're still required to go to school because they're not considered a close contact. Is that accurate, that they would have an unexcused absence, or are we providing a little bit of leeway regarding that?
So we'd have to look at their specific situation and what's happening. If they're not a close contact and they are not required to quarantine, parents sometimes don't send their children because they have symptoms, they have other things going on. But a quarantine is because you've been a close contact and you are unvaccinated. So if you're not vaccinated and you've been a close contact, then the county requires us to have you quarantine. But if you're vaccinated and you're not required, and you've been exposed and you're a close contact, we do not have to quarantine, but we do communicate and let you know.
So what I'm concerned is that, in the same household, it's hard not to be a close contact because you live in the same household. And so, and I understand that there's vaccines, but my understanding is that Omicron tends to go by the issue of the third shot even, where you can still catch it. So I'm wondering, are we giving parents an option to have a excused absence if they choose not to send their child to school because they feel that even though it's by definition not a close contact, they are in the same household and they would rather keep the school community safer? Are we providing some sort of allowing that to occur?
What I would say is they need to contact their school site, let them know that they're having an issue with COVID in their home, so that the school can work to help them with what they need until that has passed.
Okay, and so then we would give them an excused absence in that situation?
Depending on what they share, yes.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to be, have a general forgiveness to parents who make that choice to keep their child home, to keep everybody else safe, if they feel that, a 1,500 square house is not as hard to quarantine.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Renee. Best to go straight directly to your school principals. Okay, may I have thank you, Dr. Zillo, for all the information. I know that new health guidelines come out almost every week. And thank you, Scott Smith, with the communications and phone calls and doubling up. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for regular meeting of January 18, 2022?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Approved minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of December 7th, 2021, amending Mr. Nishi's comments under action item 1.76?
So moved? With the amendments?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Good evening, ABC community. It was March 13, 2020. I called the district office and rushed over to meet up with few board members to shut down the schools immediately. I remember that day. And now we are entering into our third year into pandemic. And according to medical experts, COVID will not go away anytime soon. And no one really has an accurate knowledge nor answers. Schools receive new COVID guidelines from Public Health Department on a weekly basis. In the midst of pandemic schooling, I want to applaud all the parents and students for persevering this far. And most of all, I want to thank our employees, custodians, gardeners, maintenance, nutrition, nurses, paraeducators, secretaries, and admin staff, teachers, who are in the front line every day tackling with daily work and additional COVID safety guidelines. Last but not least, I really appreciate the district staffs, management, superintendent, cabinet members, principals, and purchasing department, communication officer, Scott Smith, who put in countless hours on the phone and meetings to address the urgent situations. We're all in this together. I hope all of us can collaborate together to minimize learning disruption for our students. Let us acknowledge that we need to live with COVID and pursue our daily life, practicing COVID safety protocols to protect each other. So far, the virus seems to get weaker with each new variant, and I am hopeful for the future. I'd like to thank Principal Sergio Garcia and Myra Lozano for presenting this evening. And there are many behind-the-scene efforts at the front line, and I want to remind the community that it was very helpful to hear directly from our staffs. Thank you. Next, we have student board presentations. Morgan Colbert and Ashley Medina from Artesia High School. Thank you for being with us. Go ahead.
Good evening, Ms. Yu, Board President, Mr. Beach, Board Vice President, Dr. Eugenio, Board Cabinet Member, Mr. Eugenio, Board Clerk, Ms. Say, Mr. Nishi.
Yeah, would you like to come up to the podium? I'm sorry. Yeah. We would like to see you standing up and facing us in the camera.
Okay, let's try this one more
Thank you.
time.
Yeah.
Good evening, Miss Yu, Board President, Mr. Beach, Board Vice President, Dr. Eugenio, Board Clerk, Miss Say, Mr. Nishi, Dr. Rios, Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue, and esteemed cabinet members. I am Morgan Colbert, ASB Senior Class President, alongside
Ashley Medina, Vice President of Renaissance from Artesia High School.
Today, we will be presenting the 2021 to 2022 school year report with our main foci being registration, parent-student orientations, first day of school, school-wide events, and college preparation.
During Artesia's registration day, students received their schedules, Chromebooks, information about COVID protocols, and the expectations for re-entering school in person. Following registration, students were able to attend Zoom meetings with their assigned counselor to discuss any complications or modifications need to be made to their schedules. Student attendance for each registration day was 90%, and 100 of our students received Chromebooks. A student and parent orientation took place on August 11th for the class of 2025 prior to the start of school. This was hosted virtually again this year through Zoom with over 200 families attending. During this time, students and parents were first made aware of the bell schedule and the block schedule that they would need to become familiar with. This presentation continues with graduation requirements, student expectations, and the various career pathways that Artesia High offers.
In order to prepare the class of 22 seniors for their college application process, Artesia's College and Career Specialist hosted a 3-day college boot camp via Zoom. Throughout this 3-day boot camp, seniors learned about creating their college application accounts, asking for letters of recommendation, writing college essays, applying for financial aid, and incorporating professional development and etiquette into their lifestyles. All of the presentation slides were emailed to the seniors for future reference, and those who were unable to attend the sessions were given access to this information as well. Aside from the boot camp, our college and career specialists, along with our administrators, hosted the college night virtually on September 15th through Zoom, inviting Chico State University, Cypress College, University of California, Santa Barbara, Grand Canyon University, San Jose State, and Pacific University, Oregon. This allows students to explore these colleges' admissions process, get advice about college applications, essays, and programs. After these events, our college and career specialists hosted a weekly college application workshop, which started on October 12th, along with a weekly financial aid workshop that began on October 13th. The Student Union hosted their College Connections Week from October 18th through the 22nd to promote important dates regarding college deadlines and additional workshops they would be hosting that week. Moving into November, the Student Union had their UC application kickoff event to help seniors with specific applications. They also had an Application Madness event from November 4th through the 18th and a UC CSU application workshop supplying additional help. To encourage seniors to apply to college, our college and career specialists assigned a fall semester assignment to apply to at least one college, university, or trade school, which was due last Friday. Towards the end of November, the Student Union continued to help seniors with their applications by hosting a fall break applications event, both virtually and in person. And they still continue to give seniors the opportunity to apply for scholarships with an updated scholarship bulletin. As for school events, we kicked off with Artesia Sports Rush on August 24th. Here, students were able to sign up for different sports that they were interested in playing. Following Sports Rush, we had our opening of the new football stadium and our first home football game. Yay! Which was attended by members of the district board, cabinet, and local city council members. Thank you to those who were able to attend. We also held Club Rush on September 10th during homeroom for students to explore different clubs and join them. Also, a club's president meeting was hosted to give information about the new COVID-19 protocols that all club members would need to follow. Aside from Club Rush, seniors finished painting their senior square and added their names on September 24th. We had our senior information and financial aid night on September 22nd, where seniors were informed about what they needed to know regarding college applications, event dates, A through G requirements, graduation status, and the process to apply for financial aid. We had our Red Ribbon Week from October 25th through the 31st to remind students to say no to drugs. The Day of the Senior took place on October 27th, where the whole senior class bonded while practicing social distancing and learned the importance of making memories one last time before graduation day. Seniors had their ring ceremony on November 12th to commemorate their 4 years at Artesia. ASB during summer started off with their leadership camp from July 27th through July 29th, which enhanced both Renaissance and ASB skills to apply problem-solving techniques, build confidence, and to bond with each other as a whole team while maintaining social distance. The first week of school was a complete success as administrators and leadership worked together to show students their schedules and help them navigate the campus after a long hiatus. Also, on the first day of school, seniors continued the tradition of giving out an incentive to their fellow peers to commemorate their motivation throughout their 3 years. From September 20th to the 24th, we commemorated Hispanic heritage through music and decorations accompanied by our Spanish classes and Mecha Club to put up posters of people who contributed to the Hispanic community in a positive way. After our Hispanic Heritage Week, we held our homecoming court nominations, homecoming rally, and outside homecoming dance on October 15th. ASB's freshmen sold their Halloween grounds from October 4th through the 29th, which was a complete success. On November 4th, ASB promoted their canned food drive to help families during the holiday season. And lastly, moving forward, ASB's juniors sold their winter grounds from December 6th to the 16th, which was also a complete success.
Regarding Renaissance, Renaissance distributed Renaissance cards on September 24th during homeroom. Renaissance cards are student incentives awarded at the beginning of every semester based on GPA or GPA improvement. Along with the card, students are given certificates to acknowledge the hard work that they have put throughout the previous semester. As for the freshman class, they were awarded a certificate to being on track to becoming a Renaissance card holder. Along with this, Renaissance has made social media accounts and an email to update card holders on upcoming events, incentives, and raffles that are held. Renaissance also had their Halloween Carnival on October 29th for Renaissance card holders to come out and have fun and win prizes. Woohoo! Following this, Renaissance had their toy drive kickoff on November 4th, where they accepted donations to help raise money to buy toys for children. During this period, Renaissance held a homeroom-based competition where each homeroom had a goal of raising $60. For each $10 raised, they would get a raffle ticket to be put in a raffle for a breakfast. The winning homeroom breakfast was held on December 12th. Renaissance held their Autumn Fest on October 19th, where Renaissance card holders were able to participate in activities and games. After the month of November, Renaissance spent December focusing on buying toys for the children and held their leadership wrap party on December 4th to wrap all of the donated gifts. After returning from winter break, Renaissance has been focusing on distributing the final snack pack, which is a bag of snacks, a raffle ticket, and a final schedule to encourage students to do their best and participate and prepare them for the final week of first semester. Lastly, maintaining the safety of our students is always our top priority. With this in mind, we are very much trying to push forward for exciting events in the future while maintaining social distance guidelines so that our students can still make high school memories throughout this year at Artesia High School. While we plan our events, we understand that our plans will still need to be flexible as the year will keep changing. We look forward to reporting about many more successes at Artesia High School, and thank you so much for your time. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Any comments or questions from our board members? Well, thank you so much, Morgan Colbert and Ashley Medina. During this finals week, you guys came out. Thank you so much, and you guys did a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next we have Superintendent's report. Dr. Sue?
Thank you very much. My superintendent's report indicates that I am very grateful for Morgan Colbert as well as Ashley Medina's excellent report on their activities that they are going on throughout this week. I hope that everyone had a wonderful 3-day weekend this past year. Yesterday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day. It's a day of service, reflection, and shifting priorities. It's not the first time that we've had to live through the pandemic. Dr. King issued, "We should overcome. We're not where we're at a year ago. We built the atmosphere of no justice, no peace." On January the 7th, I met with Secretary Miguel Cardona and Surgeon General Murthy. There was a very interactive dynamic of conversations taking place that afternoon. On January the 10th, I participated in the Cerritos Artesia Rotary Club meeting with Scott Smith, our communications officer. They asked us to present at the Garlic and Chives restaurant in Artesia. We were asked to rehearse several times for the meeting. Our presentation was centered around the time during the pandemic and how we are coping with these issues. On Tuesday, January the 11th, I met several people from the Korean newspaper, both President Soo Yu, Dr. Gina Zitlo, Kester Song, and I spoke during the interviews. That afternoon, I met with the Access 2022 Superintendent Symposium Planning Meeting. I was invited to speak for the new superintendents on Tuesday, January 25th, with Superintendent Ralph Porras. Every Thursday morning, I take a call with Los Angeles County Office of Education. Every morning, I'm able to listen to what Dr. Barbara Farrer does each day. They always take questions and answers. Today, I was in the Los Angeles County Office of Education with their budget presentation from Capital Advisors. It was a fascinating information regarding the governor's budget for 2022 through 2023. I was able to talk with Jack O'Connell, former state superintendent of California, Dennis Myers, Abe Hagila, Dr. Maria Martinez Poland, Megan Bayer, and Helen Liang. Have a wonderful 3-day weekend, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Next, we have employee report. Ray Guerra, ABCFT President.
Good evening, President Yu, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Su, administrators, teachers, nurses, parents, students, and the ABC community members. I've entered the 21st century. I'm using my phone to give a speech. My name is Ray Gare, and I'm proud to be the president of the ABC Federation of Teachers. I'd like to thank all those ABCFT members who are attending either in person or online tonight. You are appreciated. Teachers are putting on the bravest faces. They're providing the best routine they can for their kids. And I'm just doing whatever I can to relieve them of the extra burdens so that they focus on their kids. It's a stressful time right now. This is a quote from Cerritos Elementary Principal Craig Spratt in an article on our current education crisis and was featured in the Los Angeles Times this past weekend. Gotta breathe. I've heard this same sentiment from other principals in the ABC school district as principals, teachers, nurses, and classified work together to keep our schools open. 2 weeks ago, at the first 2022 school board meeting, we heard similar supportive comments from parents of the ABC community. And I personally want to thank all those parents who identified how teachers are helping their sons and daughters weather this ongoing crisis. We are truly in it together. Over the past 2 years, we've heard similar supportive sentiments from the ABC school board members, and we appreciate those words of comfort and recognition. However, it has been almost 2 years since the ABC teachers and nurses have seen any changes in salary schedules. Over the past 2 years, ABCFT members have worked harder for longer hours. They have been innovative in their delivery. They provided an anchor to the students' mental and academic health and done their job with professionalism at every turn. Their job has become much more demanding, and ABC teachers and nurses have done it without the dark clouds of labor unrest to add further chaos to the situation. But every organization and every individual has its breaking point. At some point, words become less meaningful if they're not backed by actions. This school board has worked with the administration and teachers union to accommodate as best they can within the law to address the needs of students in the school district and working with parents to achieve these needs. The employees of this district need to see the same kind of support and consideration for their employees and their families. Certificated and classified employees need to feel valued for their sacrifices of time, family, and resources. Their work and home lives have been turned upside down, yet they prevail and strive to support their students in the most turbulent of school years any of us have ever imagined. Tonight, I want the school board to consider settling negotiations with the labor unions so that we can move forward to tackle much larger issues at hand. This district has received over $70 million in additional money over the past 2 years, but teachers have not seen anything added to their salary schedules over the same time. Now is the time for decisive school board action to settle this issue so teachers can continue to do their very best for students without the backdrop of floundering labor negotiations. What the ABC Federation Teachers is asking for negotiations for compensation is logical, affordable, and takes into consideration the long-term financial district budget health. We need the school board to support an end to negotiations that provides fair compensation for the labor ABCFT members have provided. Inflation is impacting our families, and without any raises to help our members, we're feeling the economic difficulty of our time. I thank you and the community for your continued support. I know you're listening. A community is about how stakeholders watch out for each other, provide resources, and support for each other when the time is right. Looking at this situation from our perspective, the time is right. Now.
Thank you. Next, we have public comments. Dr. Yeño.
Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at a time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes, and each will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Our first speaker, we have Cecilia, followed by, if we can call up also, I have Livia and Catherine Pascual, if you can come up for standby. Go ahead, speaker, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Cecilia. I am a parent of ABCUSD. However, I have nieces and nephews within the ABC Unified School District. The reason that brought me to speak in front of you is because I know that small districts will follow the steps that LAUSD will mandate. I am here to speak not only for my family members, but also for my Latino and Hispanic community. What my children are currently facing, it's pressure. Yes, pressure to get vaccinated. I am not anti-vaxxer. I am not with a political party. I am for freedom of choice. I respect if any members from this board or anyone out here want to get the vaccine. I want the same respect for me and my children too. I am against the pressure, the incentives that LAUSD is currently giving our kids, the talks that staff members from school want to have with our children, because they are our children. I believe I came to the correct meeting, as I have a few questions. For some doctors, they said that the vaccine is safe, but the FDA and the CDC don't want to release any ingredients of the vaccine until 2076. Can someone give me some answers of what are the components of the vaccine? How is the vaccine so safe, but you guys have to pressure for us to vaccinate our kids? You guys are talking about high numbers of positive COVID test results coming back, and I understand that. But since COVID began, why is anyone talking about the flu? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but the CDC is not counting tests that came back positive because they know that their tests were false, because they know that they were not only giving results for COVID-19, but also for other type of flus. How can we trust doctors if we cannot even trust the CDC? I have witnessed 2 pregnancy loss after vaccines. I have heard from my daughter's female classmates how their menstrual cycle has changed. You guys mentioned our students, our kids, but you guys are forgetting an important word. There are our children. You guys can do the clinics. You guys can set up everything. But we want, as parents, correct information. As a mother, I want for you guys to respect my decision. You guys mentioned that these masks are so safe. But if you guys know, and if you guys seen, if they go and fumigate, they have to wear a certain type of mask because of the chemicals. And this is going to protect us from a deadly virus? Can someone tell me how is that possible? 2 of your students were talking in front of you guys. And the teachers, they want to raise, which I respect, because I respect their job. But there are children. And while your kids were speaking, some people from over here were on their phones. How can I feel that you guys really care about our kids? How can I understand? How can you guys make me understand that you guys want more raise when your priority has to be our kids? The kids. If you guys don't have kids, you guys don't have teachers. If you guys don't have teachers, you guys don't have board members. Everything that I'm asking is that as much as you guys want to say that you guys appreciate our kids, please also consider our decisions too, as parents. We do not want a vaccine mandate.
1 minute.
We do not want you guys to make it mandatory for kids to enter to their classrooms, to be with their friends, to have to go eat. For my kids, it's been so it's a dramatic change, not only mentally, because they cannot have normal communication with their friends because of everything that is happening. And to be honest, I feel that you guys have to think of us, as I mentioned, and you guys have to respect our decision too. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Olivia. And on standby, we have Catherine Pascual. And after Catherine Pascual, we have Erica Cook-Stud.
Hello. Hello, my name is Livia. I am a parent at ABC District. First of all, I would like to say thank you to all my board members for allowing us to have the freedom of choice. It is very important that our parents get the most important information about the components of the vaccine, the correct CDC data with the accurate information on the bad side effects, and keep allowing parents to choose what's right for their kids. At the end of the day, it's a parent's choice to decide what goes on their children's body. And honestly, the reason why parents are not complying with the vaccines is because they are doing their own research about vaccine. They are not wrong. Many mentioned over here they're having false information. We don't know that. We don't know their sources. In my case, and based on my own experience, 2 of my older children got COVID, and their only symptom was a minor headache. They were perfectly fine, and honestly, the more children I see that turn perfectly fine after COVID, I get more convinced that vaccines do not work. They do not prevent the virus. As a parent, I do not feel safe to vaccinate my children, especially because CDC and FDA keep adding shots and boosters to keep our children safe. Thanks for being respectful about parent choices. I want to talk about plexiglasses. They are not safe at all. On October, my son was involved in an accident due to the plexiglasses because they are placed incorrectly. Due to the bad quality of the clips that are being used to attach the sharp and dangerous plexiglasses. As you can see, I have pictures, and these pictures come from high school, middle school. The desks are very close to each other. And as students move, the plexiglasses become very unsafe for our kids. Like I mentioned before, my son was injured. The plexiglass fell very close to his eyes, injuring the edge of his eye. The plexiglass fell very close to his eyes. I have images of these injuries. I work with the school administrators, and I asked to see the plexiglass. And let me tell you, the quality of these plexiglasses are really bad. This is why I would like to ask you to consider investing in a better quality for the safety of our children, just like the ones I saw in the school office. I know for a fact that our district gets lots of money for our kids, for their safety. This is why I want to ask you to please consider investing in a better quality of whatever you use for the safety of our children. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Catherine Pascual.
Sorry. Okay. Good evening, school board, cabinet, colleagues, parents, and the community. My name is Catherine Pascual. I teach physics and engineering at Artesia High School. You've already heard from my principal and my union president tonight, so I'm just going to expand a little bit further on the situation over the last couple weeks. This return to school has been wild. Parents are burned out. My kids' preschool closed for a couple days. That sent me into childcare chaos. Teachers are burned out. Stress levels are high. This past couple of weeks have made me reflect, and I've solidified my desire to work in the teaching profession. But I also know that I need to speak up about what's going on so we can try to improve this for everyone. I've had a lot of colleagues who have expressed their burnout and wanting to possibly leave the profession. And as we know, it's not like there's a lot of people to hire right now. And I think that we need to see the realities and really do better for staff in general. I've had many colleagues out with COVID. Some of them are very sick. Even though they're vaccinated and boosted and taking a lot of COVID precautions, they returned to school after winter break and they got sick. Some have children at home who are also very sick. And I know we also have students at home who are out and not feeling well. That brings me to testing. Our testing for employees right now, I get tested every Wednesday morning just out of an abundance of caution. And I'm getting my results now after winter break on Saturday afternoon, on Friday night. Prior to winter break, I was getting my results on Thursday evening, which was about 36 hours. But our staff is testing, and then we're teaching for 3 days before we know the results. And I think you guys need to know that reality. The same is happening with our athletes, where they're testing, and then they go and play games and they still don't have the results, and then they test again. Sometimes they test that second time still with no results from the time before. So we need to do better. Even before Omicron, the testing we were using was coming back slower than testing you could get at Kaiser and other places. Due to our sub shortage and so many teachers being out, I've been subbing on a lot of prep periods these past couple of weeks. I'm happy to sub in math classes and help students out when their teacher's out, but I've also, as a teacher, been needing a lot of extra planning and pivoting. I teach hands-on classes. I've had to switch everything in this last couple weeks to be able to be done online, make videos for my students who are out so they can solve the problems, change my plans for finals, change my plans for tests so that students could take them together or online or from home or with resources. And subbing is eating into my time for that. I'm getting home later and later and later, and that's eating into my family's time. So things have just been crazy. We've had about 30 to 50% of students out each day the last couple weeks at our site. One day, I think we had 616 out of 1339 absent at my site. And so I have to change my plans. My students aren't there. I have to make things accessible to them from home. Also, this is a great example for why it would be really good to finish finals before winter break, like a lot of local districts do. We wouldn't be having kids coming back during flu season after a vacation. We wouldn't be having students coming back from holiday virus surge, whether it's COVID or it's our next virus. This is a long-term thing we need to think about. When I was in high school, summer between my freshman and sophomore year was super short. And we switched, and then finals were always after, or always before winter break, and it was just better. In addition to all these other struggles these last few weeks, we are participating in the Facing History training at my site right now, which has been great. I have loved it, the first couple days of it, but it would be better if we weren't doing it after long, stressful work days. So maybe building in some professional development days into our calendar in the future. I'm glad we're getting KN95 or KF94 masks for staff. They're getting more and more expensive. Everything's getting more expensive. We're still working on a salary scale that was last updated before that Friday the 13th in 2020. Everything's getting more expensive. Staff needs raises across the board, teachers, everyone. I want to acknowledge all of our nurses, admin, teachers, secretaries, SIAs, custodians, food service staff, district staff, school site staff who have been working hard to hold everything together through these hectic and crazy past couple of weeks. The environment is ever changing. And then I'd also like to thank our union and district for extending the semester deadline for students to turn in work and for teachers to turn in grades, because everyone has been out so much that everyone needs that extra time just to get caught up and get our legs underneath us. All right, thank you.
Next speaker, Erica Cookstunt, followed by Loy Frias and Sylvester Ani.
All right. Good evening, President Sue Yu, members of the board, and Superintendent Mary Sue. My name is Erica Cookstunt, and the last time that I spoke in front of you was when I was thanking you for providing funding for the beginning induction teacher program. And I'm happy to report that I'm currently in my 7th year here teaching at ABCUSD. And yet, so much has changed since then, especially within these last 2 years. But I'll tell you one thing that remains constant with me throughout this whole time, and that is my love to continue to serve our students and their families. When school shut down in March 2020, our job completely changed as teachers, but we changed with it. We provided live office hours and set up virtual classes. Last year, we created an entirely virtual academy with hardly a month's notice. Then pivoted mid-year and offered simultaneous, hybrid, in-person, and at-home teaching. And now this year, we are delivering full in-person teaching with an online independent study option in order to provide a constant learning environment for our students. We are teachers. It is what we all do. And here at ABC, you have a gold mine of outstanding teachers and staff who are committed to serving our students and their families. I would be remiss if I did not shout out and recognize the amazing teachers, staff, and principal, Mr. Craig Spratt, that I have the honor of working with alongside at Cerritos Elementary. However, there have been so many challenges affecting our classrooms and schools on the daily. Sub shortages, managing and executing safety protocols inside and outside the classroom, planning and preparing engaging lesson plans for in-class students, while also creating and organizing weekly assignments for students on independent study at home, preparing sub-plans while being sick at home, on top of lesson plans and independent study, and watching the incredible demands put on our nurses, social workers, office staff, custodians, and administrators because of COVID. These demands have made this year exceptionally challenging, as my colleagues have also echoed tonight. So what can you do? We need your support. When you support teachers, you support our students and their families. When you value teachers, you value our students and their families. And remember, it's not just us teachers who directly serve our students and their families each day. It's our ABC nurses, social workers, secretaries, custodians, administrators, SLPs, RSPs, counselors, psychologists, EDP teachers, paraprofessionals, and our early childhood educators. Invest in us. Listen to us. Because when you invest in us, you invest in our students and their families. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Loy Frias, followed by Sylvester Ani and Teresa Peterson. Lucy, okay. I apologize, I couldn't read the first name.
Hi, good evening. So my name is Lucy, and I'm a third grade teacher in the district. And just like my colleagues have shared, I'm here to share with you just a little insight into our daily challenges, which I'm sure you're aware of. Currently, my time is also being exhausted between creating, assigning, and grading assignments for students, but mostly the students who are online. I tend to do this during my breaks and after school. I spend roughly about 6 to 8 hours per student outside my usual planning time. If the student extends their time, then that adds on. My colleagues have also shared that students who leave on independent studies are also struggling to receive their RSP services. The material is difficult for them at home. Without that RSP support, it's very hard. Once students return, catching up is another extensive process. It is always truly appreciated when parents support the learning at home in any way they can. I make sure to do my best to communicate via Dojo as much as I can when a student is home. Although as a parent myself with 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, I know that busy schedules make this very complicated and very difficult. So what do our parents rely on? Our school site, our intervention specialists, our programs, everything that's offered at our school site, which we're very fortunate to have. But unfortunately, a lot of these intervention specialists and programs that we offer, they're being pulled into sub. This results in our struggling students not receiving the support that we offer them, which they so desperately need after a year of online learning. This leads to my next point, which is sub shortage. This causes a major stress upon all of us, not just myself, my administrator, our secretaries, everyone at our school site. I feel guilty when I need to miss work, whether if it's my child is sick or for a personal reason. I know how valuable our school intervention specialists are to our school community. I stress because I'm pulling them out to sub for me or for my classes. I stress because I'm afraid of a COVID exposure of myself or of a class exposure. I want you to know that I love my job wholeheartedly. I love the school I work at. I love the parents that I serve. I do my best to motivate students and families. I do my best to pump up school attendance. I can proudly say I only have 1 child out. That's a big deal. I constantly share photos and videos, and I feel that that engages with my community. I want you to know that we are going through a difficult time, and we are doing it, but we want you to hear us out. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sylvester Ani, followed by Teresa Peterson and Jackie Okimoto.
Good evening, everybody. Happy New Year. Happy to see you all. That's good. Happy Martin Luther King Day. It was just yesterday, and I think it's only right that I start off with a quote from Dr. King. And the quote is, "Cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that's neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but one must take a position because one's conscience tells them that it's the right thing to do." And we're going through some difficult times right now, but I also believe that it presents tremendous opportunity for ABCUSD to shape for the rest of the country what post-COVID education is going to look like. And that's where I'm looking at the board members to see which board members are going to step up in shaping what that's going to look like. I want to highlight all the teachers that are here right now, because any of us up here, anybody in this room, who would be where they are today without a teacher? Teachers are one of the most important parts of our society. And a wise woman once told me that I am who I am because somebody loved me. And when I think about that type of love, I think about our teachers and where we would be if we didn't have them here. So I want to show love to the teachers. And with that tremendous opportunity that we have to start looking at, what life is going to look like, what education is going to look like, which board members are going to start talking about modernizing the curriculum that we have for our students that's going to prepare them for what this new economy and society looks like. We have shortages as the teacher said, on the sub side and then within their profession, because it's hard to live on some of these salaries, especially starting out. So which board members are going to step up to increase the salary so that we have people who are incentivized to come into this profession so that they can combine their love and passion for teaching and also have a livable income that allows them to have a good life and give back to themselves and to their families. Which board member is going to step up when we're talking about health within our schools in eliminating processed food from our school lunches, our school breakfasts? Because that's something that COVID also exposed, was all the underlying conditions that we face as a country because of our health. So which board members are going to step up in that space as well? Those are questions, and that's why, I love that Dr. King's Day was just yesterday, because Dr. King was so adept at provoking these questions that ask more of us as a society and asked us if we're doing enough. Something that I want to end with too, just to even capture. I started with a King quote. I'm going to end with a King quote as well, just to capture the wholeness of King, because I think a lot of times when we discuss him and his legacy and how we're looking forward to our children carrying on that legacy. King, he gets defanged a little bit. He gets defanged, and we don't capture his wholeness and understand that his call for love was something greater than just simply love. He said that power without love is reckless and abusive, and love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best is love implementing the demands of justice, and justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love. So I think that's what we're called upon to do, is not just show love, but also have power and action behind that reinforces that love. So it's not just sentimental and just words. I forgot it. I have to mention thank you. 1 minute. I got the CTE teachers, vocational studies, pushing that also. Just the kids that don't want to go to college, ready to go into the workforce, pushing those vocational classes for them to get into. And then I'll end with this one. I got 1 minute. And this is what King said, and this is what his whole goal of love was about. Because I know we're going to quote about him, and I want us to extend past the I Have a Dream speech and to the speeches about beyond Vietnam and where do we go from here. But King said, "We have deluded ourselves into believing the myth that capitalism grew and prospered out of the Protestant ethic of hard work and sacrifice. The fact is that capitalism was built on the exploitation and suffering of black slaves and continues to thrive on the exploitation of the poor, both black and white, here and abroad." And that's what his vision for love was, to bring everybody together, to create a more equitable society for everybody. And I think that the school board has a tremendous opportunity to create a more equitable society for everybody involved. Thank you.
Next speaker is Teresa Peterson. Following, we have Jackie Okimoto.
Hello, good evening, Board President, Trustees, Superintendent, Dr. Sue. I've had the great pleasure of serving the ABC community for the past 4 years as a school nurse. I would first like to express my gratitude to the parents of ABC for trusting the nurses with the health and safety of their children. Next, I would like to recognize and thank my fellow nurses and our supervisor for being a team that pursues excellence with passion. That is what brings me here today, to speak on behalf of the nurses for the district. Each other week, the nurses meet to discuss innovative ways to keep students healthy and safe in school. It breaks all of our hearts to do contact tracing when we have been hired to help the students in school, to support them to stay in school. When we have to call them out of class and explain to them that because they are unvaccinated, that they have to leave, they have to miss their school, their academics, and just try and figure out how to catch up on things. It breaks all of our hearts because that mentally is embedded in them, and they're not able to understand exactly what the process and policies are right now. They just know that they are being asked to leave the school. We would like to actually recommend that when policy changes are made by the public health, that the nurses first be consulted, because we have been nonstop for the last 2 years since the pandemic started, talking with and on the meetings with the LA Public Health. They have what's called a telebriefing just for nurses and healthcare. And each week, even though all of us have varied schedules, we have families, we have nurses who are out because they do have COVID, we diligently are on that meeting and then communicating with each other as a team, because we are a team. But we don't feel that same relationship with the district at all. We feel as the policies that are being followed don't actually reflect what we're hearing from the Public Health Department. For instance, Long Beach Unified School District just recently decided not to do any contact tracing. And then the district that my daughter is at, they decided on December the 30th that they were not going to actually honor the 5-day quarantine isolation period. They extended it out to 10 days, and the reason being is that they wanted to give all of the support to the ancillary staff so that they can then plan, because on day one, on Monday when we came back from the holiday, that completely just changed everybody's life. Not only, staff, but the students. I was literally crying because I could not listen to the parents screaming and yelling at me and telling me, "Why are you doing this to my child?" That is just something that, I haven't been able to sleep. The other nurses haven't either. So I would hope that you would take this information and maybe consider attending a meeting. We have one scheduled tomorrow online with the nurses. The nurses each week, we go through and we discuss what is best for the kids, because we are the trenches listening to the parents who are explaining to us what this is doing to their kids. And that's certainly not something we want to live with and not something we want to work with. So thank you very much for your time.
Last speaker, we have Jackie Okimoto.
Good evening, Dr. Sue, President Yu, and board members. First of all, I want to say I love teaching. I've been working for the district since 2002, and I was just an aide, an intervention teacher, and I did that because I was a parent volunteer. And there were teachers at my children's school that I just admired. I didn't think I was good enough to be a teacher. I was talented enough to be a teacher. So I stuck my toe in the water and thought, I'll try it. And then the recession hit and I couldn't get a job for 7 years. But I'm here now and I love what I do. But I'm up here also to just let you know what life's been like for the last 2 years. And I'm also up here to kind of be a spokesperson for our teachers of our youngest children. I'm a kindergarten teacher. And when I'm teaching, many of the things that bother me just kind of fade away. You know, when you teach the little ones, they're just happy. And right now, these little ones, they've been in a house for 2 years, or a year and a half, and they didn't get to play with friends. They didn't get to learn to socialize. Many of them didn't learn their ABCs, their numbers, their sounds, none of that. They were just at home alone with their family. So they came to school, and it's our job to teach them. Normally, it's not that difficult because they went to preschool, but our kids didn't. Not this time. And a lot of us are feeling really neglected. The TOSAs came, and we thought we were going to get part of that. We didn't. At our school, we don't have the extra funds to pay for aides. We don't have volunteers to help us with reading groups. We're encouraged to do small groups, but we have kids that never had friends before, at least not since they were 3 years old. So now they're just happy to be at school. They don't have the discipline yet for us to do small groups without another adult in the room. And then when just in the last 2 weeks, our kids can't do digital independent study. Our kids do packets. So it takes us hours to put together a packet for one child because the kids don't go all out at one time. I've had about 10 kids go out in the last 2 weeks. So there's the packets that are individualized for the kid and the grading of the packets and the copying of all those pages that have to go in the file in case we're audited. We're not paid for that. I'm going home at night. It's dark. My car's in the parking lot with the custodians. And I'm not complaining because I know this is not forever, but I just don't feel very appreciated, except by my parents. I love my parents. They are like amazing. They love me. And I'm so appreciative. So appreciative. But I'm kind of letting you know that what it's kind of like when you teach the little ones. We teach them how to count. We teach them how to learn how to read and write. But most importantly, we teach them how to go to school, even on the good years. Children need to learn how to listen to learn. They need to learn how to sit in a class for a full school day. They need to learn how to socialize on the playground. They need to learn rules, how to eat lunch. They didn't know how to do that. They need to learn how to follow rules. We get children in August, and in June, we're going to give you students. And we want to be appreciated and supported for that work. TK and kindergarten and first grade need to be supported for our early childhood work. And these past 2 years add us into everybody else's stuff, and we're also doing that. So that's my 2 cents on early childhood teachers. So, and thank you for all of the work that you do for us also. But hey, we're here too. Our teachers are little people. So thank you for your time. Thank
We have one more speaker, Nikki Duke.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So sorry to be last minute, but I did want to speak on something that hasn't been brought up tonight. So my name's Nikki Duke. I teach at Tracy High School here in ABC. I wanted to speak tonight to urge the board to provide COVID days for teachers who are out due to COVID quarantine and or isolation. I think it's great, and I think our district has done a really wonderful job providing options for families whose students need to be out due to COVID or COVID concerns. But I think it's really irresponsible to not have any safeguards in place for teachers and staff members who are getting COVID in really high numbers since we've returned from the holidays. At the moment, as many people probably know, teachers are having to use their own sick and personal days to cover quarantine and isolation unless we can actually prove that we got COVID directly from a student or staff member, which is really next to impossible because there's no mandatory testing, and oftentimes we teachers are left in the dark when students are positive, and oftentimes teachers aren't, I shouldn't say oftentimes, teachers aren't included in contact tracing when they very well could have been in close contact with students, so we're just not even notified that that student has tested positive. That's why at the beginning of the school year, many teachers felt unsupported and honestly just duped within the first week of school, specifically secondary schools. I think this was happening a lot with us. When we were told that, the 6 feet distancing between students was being brought down to 3 feet, that was something outside of the district's control. However, it was very
3 minutes.
Within the first week of school, we were notified that students wouldn't be distancing 3 feet any longer if our class sizes, we couldn't accommodate that. So from the beginning of the school year, in many secondary classrooms, students are sitting elbow to elbow. There is no distancing between students. So I know personally I have the largest class sizes that I've ever had since teaching here at ABC, which is still pretty difficult for me to comprehend during a pandemic. And I know in my class, it's very hard for me to stay 6 feet away from students. And then one last thing that I did want to address, I really appreciated hearing from the administrators on all the contact tracing and the many hours that they're spending doing that. But I do want everyone to keep in mind that with every student that's sent home to quarantine or to isolate, there's a teacher who's having to put together short-term independent study work for those students. And our work doesn't stop once we assign the work. We still have to send home reminders. We're uploading videos to help with those students, checking in with attendance once the work is returned, grading that work. Just to give you an idea, within a span of 3 days, I received 20 requests for short-term independent study that I had to quickly put together things for my students to do while they were at home. So again, that's 20 students in just 3 days. So like mentioned, teachers, we've really been making things work in impossible situations, but many of us are starting to feel a little unsupported and overextended. So I just urge you to come to an agreement. I would hope COVID days are built in there for staff members and just coming to agreement with negotiations. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Diane.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this time. I am with ABC Adult School, and I do want to acknowledge our administrators. And just before we came back, she actually sent Nancy Amara, our principal, first year. She actually sent out a thank you email to our wonderful staff at ABC Adult School and our staff, wonderful teachers. And we open at 8 o'clock in the morning and work till 9 o'clock. If we have students, we are there. Dedication, yes. So I just want to acknowledge our administrators, Nancy and the team, and also our staff teachers at Adult School. But I do want to mention one. We have many teachers working, even up to 30 years, even over 30 years. But our pay scale actually stops at 20 years, meaning after 20 years, some of them who's retired for over 10 years, they did not get any raises per steps. So it actually stopped at 20. So this year I'd like to see, many of us do want to work up to 30 or even more. So I'd like to see our step increased for adult school teachers so that we can work up to 30 years. Once again, thank you for all your support. Thank you. And that's it. Thank you.
Madam President, that was the last speaker.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for all the teachers who came to spoke, and we appreciate it. We heard you, and all of us really do appreciate you very much, and we know all that you are faced with. Hopefully, when the Omicron settles down, we hope to visit some of you in the classroom if you guys don't mind. We'll do that so that we can kind of see firsthand. If you don't mind, I would love to do that. Thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes.
2.1 and 2.2, just to ask some questions, that's all.
Okay, 2.1, 2.2. And I have 3.5. Okay. Okay, we can discuss it.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So, really quick question on 2.1. I see 304 hours for ELOG tutoring at GAR. That's great. I'm presuming that we're also doing that for all the other schools, and it's going to be on a different run.
So it depends on what the site is doing, and I can work with Dr. Mayfield to give you kind of an outline of what sites are doing for their interventions.
Okay, because I saw that it was 304 hours at GAR, so I'm thinking we'll be doing something similar at other places.
Each site kind of does what they're interested in and works to get staff and then does requisitions for it. So it could be that their requisitions previously be done for other sites, but we could gather that if you'd like to know interventions happening across the district.
Okay, thank you. And the other one question is regarding this particular item is, see there's some special and professional education for the teachers, but I didn't know where I could find it for the staff. Is there, or the aides, do the aides also get special ed professional development?
So it depends. It depends on the setting and what we're needing to do. So typically if we do additional professional learning with paraeducators, we'll work that with them, either if it's extra hours or it may be if we can do it as part of their work day. Sometimes we try to. But some of that also will happen before the school year starts. But we do it as we need to throughout the year.
Okay, so that's why I don't see it on this particular agenda. items.
You're seeing the work that we did with teachers.
Right, I understand. Okay, great, thank you for that. So that's it for that one. Thank you for those answering to those questions. 2.2 is actually a thank you more than anything, because you guys are hiring staff to address the issue of contact tracing. So I'm very grateful that you guys are doing this, and on this, just adding on to the contract, being very resourceful in the way to do that rather than going out to do another bid. They specifically added just a little amendment. But I have a couple of additional questions related to some of our preparedness plans. So I've noticed that sometimes after a 3-day weekend, we tend to have, I've been understanding that there's a little bit more positivity, and some of it's coming probably from the delays from the testing on Fridays, and then come Tuesday, that's actually the 5th day. So I'm wondering, there's going to be a few additional 3-day weekends coming up, and maybe even a Super Bowl between here and there, and we tend to know that at these gatherings, more people tend to gather. So I'm wondering, what are our plans in relation to, so it's great that we're going to have more contact tracers, so that's wonderful, and of course I'm going to vote yes, but I'm presuming that we will have some sort of contingency plan for these 3-day weekends that come up, because I've been getting calls that, after the 3-day weekends, the test on Friday, then they find out the results on Sunday, and then Tuesday comes around, that's the 5th day, and they've been along with family, and that's kind of a challenge to, it's a little bit difficult for the administrators on the Tuesday when they have accumulated many issues. So that's just a question.
Okay, Ernie, I think we have Board Member Sophia Say. She might want to address that.
But I just want to have her answer the question
Okay,
regarding the
sure.
plans related to that specific issue, because we will be having those issues come up.
Absolutely. So when we look ahead, we always monitor what's happening holiday weekends. With COVID, we've added that to our look and what we can do. We're hoping with families having test kits that they can use, that could be helpful. We're hoping with what is coming also from the federal government, that can add to that. We're currently still looking to see if there are additional test kits coming or additional rapid test kits we could get. They're still hard to find at this point. So we will look at that, but we always look at it from a staffing issue, and then we add on the COVID piece. So we'll be working to look toward that. We've been monitoring all of the holidays, just anticipating the increase in cases.
Thank you. So that was a good segue into the next thing, because of the delay in some of the PCR testing, it's very difficult to know what the answers are. Are we going to encourage them maybe to take or use the free COVID tests that they have on those particular days that they come back, say, on a Tuesday, so that way we could be prepared?
So that is what we did this last time, because we were able to give them test kits. So it will be dependent upon what we have available, and if we're able to get something like that, to consider that. I think the biggest thing in this process is to remind families that they still need to wear masks if they're gathering with others, and especially with the surge, trying to contain that a little bit and stay within your home family if you can. But we can look at options and see what might be available that we could do.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your work. Appreciate it. No more further questions.
Thank you. Next we have Sophia Say.
I just want to add a comment after Board Member Nishii talk about. I really want to say thank you, Dr. Zeno, because I have a text right here. Let's just open that. Thank you for responding, because I know a lot of parents has issues on the weekend. They've been notified on the weekend, say, hey, your kid's being exposed. And Dr. Zeno and the staff, the principal, even assistant principal, I think Ms. May, M-A-I, assistant principal, even respond to email to the parents. I think what we can do when we hear the news, we need to forward to the staff. The staff responds real quickly on the weekend base, because I think staff realize that when the parent receive it, it's like a shock. Hey, you guys, your kids exposed, and no way they can contact. So when it happen like that, I recommend my colleague and hear that, refer to Dr. Zitlos. He will take care right away. On the week, I really want to thank you so much. I sent a thank you note to you and the staff here. Some of the principal also answer the email, the parents' email. So if they have questions, please, parent here, please listen to this. Email to your principal or assistant principal. They do take care, and the staff does work on the weekend. And thank you again. Please send my thank note to the Sarasota High School assistant principal for her response so quickly to one of the parents, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sophia C. Okay, next I have a question on 3.5C. Renew contract with Cal Poly Pomona Foundation. And this is renewing the STEM program with this foundation, but this is a hybrid. So I wanted to know if it's hybrid, it's just all virtual?
So this is a program with our Migrant Ed program, and we work with LACO on that. And so it depends. I think some of the activities are virtual, and sometimes they are doing things in person. It depends on what it is, if they're visiting a school or if they're interacting about a topic. The details of what they're doing, though, I could work to have that shared with you in
Yes,
Thursday
please.
notes.
Yes, I would appreciate that because I know the total we are spending $65,000 and $65,625, and that's 90 minutes, 25 students per class for 10 weeks, and it comes out to be about $546 per student. I calculated. It's not a lot. However, because we are going through a pandemic, I think that we should invest more and use money from other funds such as ESSER or different money to invest into this type of STEM program, especially for migrant students, because that will expose the students to hands-on robotics, math. So I want to recommend that to the staff, and I would like to get, look into it more. But I will vote tonight. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Next, we have action item. Contract 1.3-A, contract with Thriving U University, or it's University LLC. May I have a motion to approve contract with Thriving University LLC to provide 2 half-days of in-person professional learning to the ABCUSD leadership team for the 2001-2022 school year.
Yeah, no second.
Any public comments, any discussion? Okay. If none, let's vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go through it fast so we can end before 9:30, right, Fred? 1.4-A, resolution 21-55, Korean American Day. May I have a motion to adopt resolution 21-55, acknowledging Korean American Day in recognition of the many contributions made by Korean Americans?
So moved?
Second.
Okay. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay. I just wanted to share that on January 13, 1903, the history of Korean immigration to America began when 102 courageous Korean adults and children landed in the state of Hawaii. And the Korean immigrants did not falter in their pursuit of the Korean American dream. Through perseverance and sacrifice, they established a new home in new land and educated their children. And I am part of that descendant. Really appreciate having this resolution today. All those in favor?
Actually, Madam President, may I just...
Would you like to make a comment? Thank you.
So, just really quickly,
Mhm.
I'd like to make a slight addition to your, this resolution. The second to the last whereas clause, I'd like to add the word cultures, because I think definitely Korean Americans have definitely added to the American culture, not just in sports and media and the arts, but culture specifically. We watch
K-pop.
and all those other things. And the other thing I'd like to add in is related to cuisine, because it's, it's part of the fusion cuisine that we've all done, and, my wife is trying some of that fusion cuisine, so
Okay.
those are two things I would like to add, Madam President. I think this is actually a pretty good resolution to have. I don't remember in the years that I've been here that we've had this, so that's an impact that you're having on our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 1.5-A, Resolution 21-56, School Board Recognition Month. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 21-56 acknowledging January 2022 School Board Recognition Month?
So moved. Beach?
You on your second.
Okay, any public comments, discussion?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Ratify contract with Listen Innovation, Inc. May I have a motion to approve request to ratify the contract with Listen Innovation to provide Kennedy Elementary School students in grade 2, 2nd through 6th site licenses and 3 virtual live webinars, 45 minutes each, for teachers for the 21-24 school years.
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second.
Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. 4.8-A, bid award ABC-1577 data cabling. May I have a motion to approve bid award ABC-1577 unit price data cabling to AMS.net, Inc. as lowest responsive and responsible bidder?
So moved by Sophia.
You on your second.
Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Okay. Board Member Ernie Nishi?
Just one real quick question, probably to Tuan, related to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Item 6 down as a unit price of $770, and the closest competitor is almost double. There's several different discrepancies like that. What kind of explains how they can have such a huge discrepancy in the bid price?
So
a lot of them are close,
yeah,
which is
thank
great.
you for the question, and that's why we have so many different sample projects.
Yes.
To avoid if just one or two, then that could screw the final decision. So with these many different samples, that give them pretty much a whole representative of the all possible combination of projects there are. And it's interesting. They do their pricing sometimes based on their expertise, based on what they have, and sometimes they just throw it out of different markup, or they're not very consistent, as you can see. But that's why we have many, almost a page full of sample projects, and we have worked with AMS.net before, and they are very reliable, and they happen to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, even with the differences like you have mentioned. The bid price is about 17,000 apart, so that's not too bad. So it indicated that we have a pretty competitive and fair bid.
No, I agree. It is good. I'm just looking at some of the unit pricing. It's kind
Yeah,
of,
I did too.
it's kind of like,
Yeah.
where did they get that number from?
Right.
Thank you, Tuan.
You're welcome.
Good job.
Thank you. Next, we have 4.9-A, bid
Have to
award.
vote? Let's vote.
I'm sorry. Ernie's question threw me off. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Next, may I have a motion to, 4.9-A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC.1578 unit price asphalt paving to Universal Asphalt Company, Inc. as lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second.
Okay, any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes. 4.10-A. May I have a motion to accept the district's Measure BB General Obligation Bond Report and the Annual Audit Report from Negro PC for the year ending June 30th, 2021?
Motion to accept, Eugenio.
Hey, Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Board President Suyu. So tonight we have Mr. Jeff Nigro. He's the managing partner of the audit firm Nigro that the board has retained to conduct our audit. There are 2 audit reports tonight, and they are equally important. So this is a legal requirement for the district to have annually an independent external audit firm to audit our records. Basically, what he's doing is check what I do or what we do to ensure that we are fully in compliance with all federal, state, and local regulations. So the first report is as a result of the passage of Measure BB, right? So annually, because of the 55% threshold passage under Proposition 39, on top of the Citizen Oversight Committee that we have to have, we also have to have a special report or audit just on the Measure BB expenditure, just on the building fund. So that's separate from the larger district financial audit. So Mr. Nigro are going to speak on that report, on the Measure BB audit report. And next month, this report also is going to go in front of the COC for their acceptance also. Usually it should go to them first, but because of the timing, both body should have to accept it. So tonight the board got to hear it first. So the second audit report is the financial audit report, which is your annual audit report. This is for last year. This is for the year 2021. And after we closed the books, we spent, after the year ended, we spent about 2 months closing the books. And in September, I presented to the board an unaudited actual. And after that, the auditor came in and did the audit. So you do want to hear from them, directly from them, the result of the audit and the condition, the financial condition of the district from the auditor. So with that, Jeff, Mr. Nigro.
Thank you, Tuan. Madam President, members of the board, thank you for having me here tonight. And I think Tuan summed it up pretty well, so I'm not sure what else to add. No, and I heard you say that you wanted to be done by 9:30 tonight. So I'll cut down my normal 90-minute presentation to very brief. But I'll start with Measure BB since that was the one that was first on the agenda. And as he said, this was a requirement of passing your bonds to have an annual financial and performance audit. So I'm just going to briefly talk about what the difference is. The financial audit is an audit of the financial statements of the fund where the money is from the bonds is kept, and that's called the building fund. And so we give an independent opinion on those financial statements, whether they're prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, and we're giving an unmodified, clean opinion on those financial statements. So that's the first major part of the audit, and then we present the financial statements for that fund, as well as notes that further explain the bonds and things like that. But the performance audit is probably what most people think of when they think of an audit of these funds. The performance audit looks at things like where the bond funds spent on projects that were allowed by the bond measure. Making sure that the funds weren't used for any other purpose. And so we give an opinion on that in the very end of the report, even though it's a very small portion of the report, it's really where we spend most of the time in doing this audit. And so we're giving, again, a clean opinion on that we didn't find any inappropriately used funds out of Measure BB. The district followed proper procedures in terms of obtaining bids from projects. They didn't exceed change order amounts and so forth. So it's a very clean audit on Measure BB. And then for the regular district audit, as he said, this is the annual financial audit, and it was for the 2021 fiscal year. So we're going back a few months, but that's the way the timeline works. And just like the other one, this one is also a clean opinion on the financial statements. So the financial statements that are in here are in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, which is definitely what you want to have. I will point out, for those of you who just aren't numbers people and you don't want to get bogged down in details, there is a section of the audit called Management's Discussion and Analysis, starting on page 3. And it's a good kind of executive summary overview of the audit. So if you really don't want to get into all the detail, you can just read through that section, and it gives you a good overview of the audit and how the district's finances went during the course of the year. Just for the sake of time, I'm not going to go through the whole report, but I'll just hit the major highlights, which is number one, there were no audit adjustments. So the financial statements that you adopted back in September, the unaudited actuals, is our starting point. And if we have to make any adjustments to those numbers to bring them into compliance, they would be reported in the audit, but there were none. So that's a good thing. And then finally, the part that everybody wants to go to first is in the back of the report, which is the findings. And I'm very pleased to tell you that there are no audit findings this year. No findings in terms of internal controls, in terms of federal compliance or state compliance. And I can assure you that there is no let-up of procedures in those areas. In fact, the federal and the state government is just continually giving us more and more things to audit in those areas. So given the circumstances this year, I think that's a big accomplishment to not have any findings. The very back of the report, we're showing you the finding that was reported in the previous year's audit from 1920, and we're showing that was implemented, so that was corrected and taken care of. So 2 clean audit reports. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
We have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Sir, I wanted to first ask you about the page 79. I read the whole report, and I want to thank you for a thorough report. It took me several hours to read all this, but I just wanted to clarify for myself and for the public that per California Education Code Section 32286, which requires us to do school safety plans for all of our schools by March 1st, it says implemented current status. Were all of those plans provided to you, and you verified that we do have school safety plans for all of our school sites?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President. That was an excellent question. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you. Yes, this is a good report. I just wanted to quickly ask, though, procedurally speaking, aren't we supposed to receive this from the committee, this oversight committee first, and then we get a recommendation that this is all good, and then, or is it the other way around where we get it first, we approve it, and then they look at it?
Tuan made a comment.
I just want to
on
make sure
Yeah.
that I have the procedures right.
So the process is simultaneous. It
Okay.
can be, so either or. However, the COC committee will have their own report to the board, like they did last year. So they're going to be using this report, and then they're going to put together their own annual audit report, and they would come to the board for your acceptance also.
So there'd be like a second opinion?
Correct.
Okay.
From the COC, because that's part of their charge, is to put together an annual report to the board.
They're citizen watchdogs. So
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Making
then
sure
for the
we get it.
district audit, I did present this to the audit committee previously.
What did you say?
The regular audit for the district, the annual audit, I did present that to the audit committee previously.
The finance and audit, but not the COC.
The finance and audit committee, right.
Different committee.
The financial report did go to the finance and audit.
Right,
The
I was just
Measure
thinking about
BB
the,
will go to the COC.
the one I'm concerned about is the bond.
They will go to the COC.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much for wonderful and concise presentation. And we thank you for the tip, page 3. We'll definitely read that several times.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, good to know that our bond is being used well and correctly. Okay, are there any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Discussion? We already did the discussion, so ready to vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Right, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, we have 1.6-1-I, Quarterly Williams Settlement Compliance Report for October to December 2021. Dr. Su?
Thank you very much. This is our quarterly report for 1.6I and also 1.7I. This report indicates that we have had no complaints regarding this quarter, the second quarter. And we also indicated that all of our schools were exemplary, just simply exemplary in terms of the facilities that we have served. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Su. Next, we have 1.7-I, results of site visits, reviews, and uniform complaints data for 2020-21. Dr. Su?
Again, as I mentioned, the results of the site visits were exemplary in nature. And again, the uniform complaint did not have any complaints regarding this time.
Thank you. Next, we have board members' reports. First, we have Board Clerk, Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to take this moment to thank everyone involved in our district working overtime and reinventing their roles and responsibilities to ensure the safety of our students and staff and to provide fair choices for all concerned parties. The question of how will we continue to do what we're doing has definitely caused me sleepless nights. And I ask again and rephrase the question, how will we do what we're doing, but rather, how will we do what we're doing in a different world? And the world has undoubtedly been different these last couple of weeks. Our staff, be it our superintendent, the cabinet, principals, teachers, paraeducators, substitutes, transportation and bus drivers and maintenance are living examples of how we have continued to reinvent ourselves. The good doctor, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stated, "Change does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continued struggles." I have witnessed a change and struggles over the last couple of weeks, from our principals and admin filling in during staff shortages, from our teachers taking on more responsibilities during shortages of paraeducators, from our bus drivers shuffling their routes to accommodate the shortage of drivers to get our students to school safely. I have watched all of our staff go into reinvention mode rather than survival mode, and I'm so proud of everyone involved to make everything work out. Yes, struggle we have, change we can count on, but reinventing ourselves has defined our district during this challenging time. I say this as a parent of our district. Thank you once again to everyone involved to make this work out for our students. I love you all, and may God bless you and keep you well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. That was very, very encouraging. Next, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I see why Dr. Eugenio has a doctorate. Good speech, my friend. I want to start by thanking parents, teachers, and all of our staff. I've gotten countless emails, messages, and ideas. So I appreciate you all contacting me. I forward those ideas to staff, one of which was getting rapid tests for our teachers so they don't have to wait 2 or 3 days to get the result back and maybe, get kids sick in the meantime. So I think we should put rapid tests in the hands of all of our teachers as well. I also like that we're looking at hiring part-time contact tracers. I think our nurses have way too much going on, and we need them there for the safety of our kids rather than making phone calls. So if we can contract with that private company or others to get part-time contract tracers, I think that would be a great idea as well. I just wanted to let the parents know that are watching at home and that are in the audience here, we may have a surge in numbers over the next several days. We sent test kits home to every student. Several of them tested positive, and then that through contact tracing, a lot more kids were put out of school in the last couple of days. So be prepared for that, but just know that we are keeping our schools safe. We're working together, and we will all get through this together. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I agree with Brad Beach here, Vice President Beach, in terms of the staff has been working very, very hard. I get also the calls and going to Cerritos Elementary and Leal and Whitney and all those other schools, and seeing the different ways they approach what they feel in terms of keeping our kids safe. And they're doing a lot to keep their kids safe. I mean, I know they're working way late at night. They look tired. They don't always complain to us. I had one person kind of complain, though, about that we have a lot of money, that we need a lot of help, but we are addressing that with the contact tracing. And maybe they're pretty well qualified to do the job, but we're pivoting. We're using contracts. We're not going to have to hire, and we're going to actually do it a faster and quicker way to be more responsive to the residents and to the students that definitely need those quick tracing so they don't have the uncertainty that's out there. And also regarding the daily testing, or not daily testing, but the quick testing, because I've heard that these things take a lot, the PCR tests take so long that over the weekend, the results are unsettling. And so I'm glad that we have these instant tests that we can provide to the parents and also to the federal government now that we're going to have these things. It's going to be a great way to put parents more at ease. And I know that we have plans for future 3-day weekends that we have that, you know, we are making plans. It's not that we're just sitting there idle thinking that things are not going to happen the way they are. Even though we have these issues, education still must go on. Our district must, there's no such thing as a post-COVID world, right? We're going to have this in many different variations and variants because the world is not vaccinated either. So we're going to have to think of other things that we're going to do, how to make our world more efficient. In terms of our facilities, we can't ignore that we have lost a few students here and there. And, you know, although we need to deal with the current situation as it stands, looking into the horizon, we're going to have to look at our facilities and see how to make it as efficient as possible. I think we even talked about the land across the way and having good nutrition for our kids and having innovative solutions for that. You know, we have some vacant land, and maybe we could have a organic farm or something. But that's not for me to determine. It's for us to receive in terms of ideas. You know, I was during COVID, I became an avid gardener, so I'm thinking maybe something organic would be a good idea that we'd have and keep us healthy for the future. Lastly, yes, this is going to continue on, but we still have to think positively, right? We still have to think of building things and keeping things moving forward. And I think one of the things that we could be doing is ensuring that there's hope in sports and things like that, and maybe even aquatic center could be part of that equation, because we don't have any in any of our schools, right? We have one, but we don't have any Olympic-sized aquatic centers. So yes, that is the future. That is not what we do today, but I'm hoping that we could consider that. And thank you so much for working so hard. I know you guys are working hard. Thank you. That's it, Madam President.
Okay. Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Sophia Say.
Before I reported what I visit, but I do like to share two things. We have so many teachers here. I do want to know that I heard it and I experienced in the past 3 weeks. First, I got exposed to somebody who's positive, and I was right next to the person, and I got panic, you know, because in the past I have no problem finding a place for test. I don't care what time I can go get it done because I know a lot of people in medical field. But this time I had a hard time because when I got a nose was late. I have small kids at home, which is grandchildren, which is 18 months and 2 years old. So what I'm going to do, my husband's a cancer patient, was treated. And I got so panicked, seriously. It's worse than, because I'm doing with unknown things. It's just like you folks saw. But I'm a nurse. I'm working in a hospital. You know, I'm exposed to the COVID patient. When we are assigned, we cannot refuse it. And those people, we know they're very sick. They're on the respirator. They're also on the COVID, anytime. CPR require us. So I got exposed to it, and I kind of worry about what I'm going to do with my grandchildren, what I'm going to do with my other children, because they all had close contact with me. So I know how struggling the past couple of weeks that you went through. Seriously, I know. And it's not when you sign the job. Just like when I signed the nursing, I didn't know how to take care of the COVID patient. I didn't know how to take the RSV patient back in 1980-something, the old contagious. and I was pregnant at that time. I am sorry, you were not assigned that, and you are facing this life and death crisis in there. But I really sincerely appreciate your hard work, definitely. Also, my son, Gary, is a doctor, and he called me. This is what he said: Mom, if something happened to me, because his job is working very close to the patient, he does surgery. There are times he has to put artery lines right here by jugular here, which is face-to-face next to the COVID patient. Even though he has a mask and shields and negative pressure mask and cap and gown, everything, he still have a chance to, he has more chances to get affected among us. He asked me, if I die, your will is including my family, which is the wife and children. That's why he gave it to me. He wanted to make sure something happened to it. I want to let you know, and I've gone through so much the last 3-4 weeks. And then recently, my grandchild, attending this child care center. He's only 2 years and 2 months old. Every week, we're living the nightmare. It was told, hey, one of the teachers got exposed, is positive, and he's going to be stay home, quarantine time 5 days. And we have to do tests before and after on Garrett. And today's the day, he just called me again. He said, can you cancel board meeting? I said, oh no, I want to be attending a meeting. So it was tough for me to make so much decision, and I have to check around. Every time the little boy got exposed to, then we have to take care right away. All of us have to do testing. The test kit, now they come out so easily, and a lot of places you can get it online, and I post on my Facebook. I also send information to the staff. So what's going to happen, like I mentioned last November, January is the worst month. In general speaking, by May, upper respiratory issues are always common practice in the medical field. So it's tough. And we are into this ball game together. And I'm asking the teacher, ask the staff, ask resident, please work with us. Help us. Your issue is also our issue too. It's not just your lung. We'll go together. When you see the footprints on the floor, 2 set footprints, including you and me, we go together. We piggyback each other's. As far as the race, I think we cannot discuss in here, but as far as I know, we're trying to support as much as we can. But we also have a budget issue there too, and we work out together. So please, don't get discouraged. Rather than discourage, become a positive. And I thank the teacher, especially say, I enjoy teaching. I do too. I love the kids. Now I love my grandchildren. I spend so much time to help my kids, my children, so they don't have to worry about babysitting. So that's my report to talk about how I think about the COVID-19. I am a worry. Once I go back to hospital, I have to take care of COVID positive. This is the worst one, more contagious. If I don't wash my hand well, the mask I wear has holes in there. Sometimes they're true. Even the gloves, there are holes in it. So for me, when I work in the hospital, I double gloves because I don't know which one has a hole. Same thing with the staff. And I really appreciate the staff providing KA95 the administrative office staff. I want to thank you, Tuan, so nice and kind to getting the KN95. I know he has about 20,000 or 200,000? There's 200,000 masks, KN95, storage in the school. They're ordering more on there. So school is ready to prepare to provide adequate equipment for you guys, the district here. Otherwise, the last week, now my report, last 2 weeks, I was so busy trying to find a donor, which is now it's all set. And this company will coming on the February 1st. I just sent the information to Danielle, so I hope the staff put in the agenda. She's coming to donate $20,000 to the Whitney High School. I'm trying to get donor to Cerritos High and other schools as much as I can. Here, I'm also one of the residents. When you hear tonight's board meeting, please help us. If you find some donor, mass donor, for children, because I hope if we provide enough adequate, I know we're not if we need it, we'll give the children, but I hope our resident can help us getting more masks donated to our district for the children who may not afford that. And I recommend if we have enough, the 3-layer mask, we can change more frequently rather than just one, use it for a whole day. If we get enough donors to donate out each school, that will help our children too. Definitely staff is take care. but we also need to take care of some children who have some special needs. And November 18th, which is today, I attended a Zoom meeting for the budget perspective workshop, and I hope this coming budget will give us more district, more flexibility there, and to help us to make our best decision to use the right money and right place. And I want to thank again to President Yu. Seriously, I really appreciate it. We've been talking all the time and back and forth each other's. One of my suggestions, I think all the board members have some wishes, and I hope we have my wish become true if we can. Maybe we should have one either staff rotate on the weekend. I know our principal, I know Dr. Zillo's answered the phone call, but there's some parent may not able to reach us. Some parent may reach other board member here. I don't know. For me, the problem solved so quick. The minute I got the parent information issue, I sent it to either Dr. Zillo or one of the principal. They handle very well, but I don't know other school district. So if we can, I don't know if it's appropriate or not, we can get from on the weekend. Either volunteer, know the process of our either isolate patient, isolate a student or foreign quarantine students, what they're supposed to do. That would be really great. That will solve a lot of crisis among our parents and the situation. Thank you. That will be my end report.
Thank you. As board president, I called a special board meeting on January 6th to address the Omicron surge. Concerns from the community was heard, and information was presented by Principals Tom Tracy, Patrick Walker, and it was very helpful. COVID protocols were addressed by our staff. It was an informative meeting for the entire community. It was a great relief to finally receive the tests last week and roll them out to each household on Friday and Saturdays. Contact tracing and quarantine isolation, the health guidelines from LA Public Health, it needs some fine-tuning, but we are obligated to follow the guidelines. It was very taxing last week for our schools, and I reached out to County Supervisor Janice Hahn's office and spoke with Public Health Deputy Katie Butler and shared our district's concerns regarding these guidelines, spending many hours contact tracing. And I want to acknowledge board member Sophia Say for her efforts in providing information to the purchasing department for the private vendors on masks and test kits, because when the tests did not arrive, we wanted to, all of us, we made a lot of efforts to reach out to the private vendors to see if we can buy them. Yeah. And I want to share, of course, Dr. Martin Luther King. It was a special day yesterday. And I want to end with this. Though President Ronald Reagan signed into law a national holiday to honor civil rights movement leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in 1983, it was not fully observed by all 50 states until the year 2000. This, like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, is an example of a law being upstream from culture rather than the other way around. Today, the day is recognized across the country and even by cities and nations worldwide. So to commemorate Martin Luther King's Day, here's Chuck Colson on Dr. King and his letter from Birmingham jail. A just law is a man-made code that squares with the moral law or the law of God. An unjust law is out of harmony with the moral law. It was with these very words in his memorable letter from Birmingham jail that Martin Luther King Jr. threw down the gauntlet in his great civil rights crusade. King refused to obey what he regarded as an immoral law that did not square with the law of God. All across America today, millions of people are celebrating the birthday of this courageous man, and deservedly so. He was a fearless battler for truth, and all of us are in his debt because he remedied past wrongs and brought millions of Americans into the full riches of citizenship. In schools and on courthouse steps, people will be quoting his I Have a Dream speech. It is an elegant and powerful classic, but I would suggest that one of Dr. King's greatest accomplishments, one which will be little mentioned today because it has suddenly become politically incorrect, is his advocacy of the true moral foundations of law. On a personal level, Dr. King and his sacrifice for the civil rights movement paved the road for me and my family and everyone who immigrated after the 70s. We were able to pursue our dreams in his land of freedom and opportunity, to pursue education, business, and build families. Thank you. Announcements. Next regular board meeting is Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, 7 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Committee meetings. Diversity, Unity, and Equity Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, January 20, 2022, 6 p.m., virtual. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, January 25th, 2022, 6 p.m., virtual. Legislative Policy Committee meeting, Wednesday, January 26, 2022, 6:30 p.m., virtual. Finance and Audit Committee, Thursday, January 27, 2022, 6 p.m., virtual. Second public comment section. Dr. Eugenio?
We have one in person.
Okay.
I think we have you in person. We'll start off with you, Mr. Rani.
Scott, how many do we have virtual?
We have 2 hands raised, Madam President.
Okay, I will be quick. I'm sorry we couldn't finish by 9:30, but hopefully we'll get out before 10. One thing I always like to say, there's always a King quote for everything. Something that King said that I wanted to speak on a little bit earlier, but I forgot, was that it's irresponsible to have individuals working on a full-time basis with a full-time job on part-time income. And what I'm thinking about our CTE educators, our mental health professionals, who are putting in just as much as our teachers and admins, and with starting off potentially as low as $55,000 and maxing out at $64,000. I think some of the teachers earlier explained how things are getting more expensive, and their work provides a pathway for our children, our students, to be able to have jobs that are able to sustain them and their families. So it only makes sense that we have the individuals teaching them how to get those jobs, for them to have the ability to take care of themselves and their families. And then our mental health professionals, we know that how COVID has not only had a physical impact on our infrastructure and our family and our communities, but also on the mental side of it too. And those individuals also deserve to be able to take care of themselves and their families, and we want them to stay in our district and not have to go to other districts, because of lack of pay. So I want to say that, and that we have billions of dollars that we have to invest within the next 3 years, and the school districts that invest the most and have the most return on investment in 3 years are going to show out in a larger way than the school districts that had a great plan for May of 2021. So we have to be very forward thinking in that, get creative, and like I said, modernizing our education, combining financial education with math, combining entrepreneurship with English, and writing grants and writing. And so there's things that we can get creative that help connect real life and also the education that I feel like will get our kids more involved, and it'll make more sense to them. So I'm looking forward to working with you all to make sure all that happens. Again, Happy New Year. Let's keep building towards the future. I'm excited. So thank you.
Thank you. The first virtual public comment we have tonight is from Itzel. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, my name is Itzel, and I have two kids that are students in ABC District. And I would just like to touch on the fact that teachers, I understand everyone is exhausted. I understand, that, we're going through a pandemic. We don't know, like has been said before, it's like a wind. We don't know which direction, where it's coming from. And I understand everybody's frustrations, but I would, since there's so many teachers there, I would like for you guys, some teachers, I'm not saying all, but take in consideration that, saying your personal beliefs, like I'm talking about vaccination, not vaccinated, saying these things in front of students, praising students that have been vaccinated while leaving others to feel unequal to their peers. You guys need to think about what effect that can have on the children. You need, it needs to be respected, parents' decisions, and not overstep by voicing, your personal beliefs. As a professional, I work in the medical profession, and when I walk through those doors, I leave my personal beliefs at home. Whether the patient is vaccinated or unvaccinated, I'm going to care for them exactly the same. And I expect the same of teachers. This is going to create a culture of segregating groups of vaccinated and unvaccinated, and that can become a problem also with bullying. These kids, they've been through enough also. So we also need to think of the children. They've been through enough. This whole pandemic, there's mental, they've been through so much that we don't need to add to it. So if, just basically keeping professionalism and just respecting parents' decisions. At the end of the day, what's good for my family is not always good for another person's family. So we need to respect that too. There's a lot of factors. There's underlying things, there's religious beliefs, whatever the case may be. We just need to be also more sensitive to, even though they're just, in kindergarten or whatever, they all understand. And they all feel a certain way when they're being left out, or they're being told that, they're not following some certain guideline. They don't always understand. So I just ask teachers, since you guys are all there, that you guys take that also into consideration. Watch your conversations that you have in front of these children with other teachers, because children are listening. They're super smart and they pick up on everything. So, and I thank you guys, I thank all the efforts and everything. Like I said, I'm in the medical field. We've all been through it. We've all lost people, and, we're all, up and down, and I understand it. But the fact of the matter is that kids, whether they're vaccinated or unvaccinated, everyone deserves the same in-person education, and that's their right. So I thank you. I thank you for taking the time to listen to me. And for board, I please ask you to just stick by parents' side and their decisions, because like I said, at the end of the day, all children have a right, all students have a right to in-person, whether, it's not about vaccination status. This is about education. So I thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. The next public comment is from Linda Bass. Linda? Linda, go ahead. I'm sorry, Linda, we can't hear you. Well, looks like we have a technical issue there.
She can send us an email.
We'll try one more time here. Go ahead, Linda. All right, looks like it's not working.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's it? Any more?
That concludes the agenda item.
All right. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Oh.
Oh, okay. Sophia, say quickly.
The next board meeting on February 1st.
Yes.
Tuesday, there's a Chinese
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, yeah, and also February is the Black History Month. Mhm, okay. Okay. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, meeting is adjourned. 10 o'clock, guys. 9:59.